Why, hello. How are we doing? Oh my golly gee. Here we go again. And OBS doesn't work. Let's go. We love that. Huh. Why isn't OBS working though? That's the real question. Oh. Is that really the reason? That's super dumb. Well, got that situated. Okay. It's been a while, but I've done things in the interim. I'm gonna go over and then publish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. One of them is kind of cheating because I practically finished it, or I practically did it the previously on stream, but then I didn't finish it because I was lazy. And sitting there just like scraping my brain trying to get ideas is like not something that's fun to watch. Coming up with ideas when you don't have any is a grueling process. A very grueling process indeed. So we'll start with the thing that oh, should I? Will it break? Sometimes it breaks if you zoom in because it's not actually the PDF, but it looks like it's okay. See, the hard thing about this is a couple of things. One, there's no real flavor text because there's just not room for it. But you know, there's some implicit world building, which I think is the most fun. I kind of hate saying things like having like a flat like this is the reason. I feel it's stupid. I feel like it's harder to write that way because you're literally boxing yourself in, and it's also less fun as a player slash a someone that's like viewing it, because like sometimes maybe it's a sign of being like a bad writer, but like having a definitive answer is less appealing. But I think that's probably only when it's like not like well written. And I'm not a writer. I'm not a rapper. But yeah, so we went over this before. Prismatic Dragon. It's weird to balance because it doesn't have a big breath weapon, but its breath weapon can be like insane because it has the saving throw DC of a dragon, but it's some of the effects of Prismatic Spray are kind of wacky. But yeah, things that are interesting about it, the stat block. I mean, it's a dragon, so like those are things that are given, like bite, claw, tail, frightful presence. They're all like a given. The Prismatic Breath being it's not a spell, it's just the effect of, so it can't be like counter spell, which is nice. But it can't be dispelled because it's still a magical effect. Still a spell effect. Instead of wing attack, you got Wings of Brilliance. Dragon must present its wings. Creatures are blind. The thing that's kind of weird about this is that it's still it's because it's a legendary action. It's like happens in between turns, and it lasts until the start of their next turn. So it's possible like that someone's gonna be like basically unaffected by it, but I think that you'd probably use this more of like a you can blind them and fly away for free without provoking attacks of opportunity because they're blinded, or you could use it to set up the attack with bites and claws. Unfortunately, blinded doesn't affect any of the saving throws from, or fortunately for players probably, it doesn't affect any of the saving throws from prismatic spray. I couldn't think of too many layer actions. Coming up with like unique effects is kind of like funky. I don't know. This first one seemed really obvious to me. The layer emits prismatic energy. The dragon chooses acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder damage for 1 round while the dragon is in their lair. They have immunity to the chosen damage type. Normally they have resistance to all those damage types. And their melee attacks deal additional d8 of the chosen damage type. Because I didn't realize this until I was writing this. The chromatic dragons, but not for some reason metallic dragons, they've got their elemental damage type on their bite. And it would have been too much just like, hey, like you can just always choose like an elemental damage type. It'd be so wordy. So instead of doing that, just have it tied to a layer action. They get empowered by like one of the elemental damage types, offensively and offensively. And then this other layer action, I just think this is fun. A beam of light shines into existence and begins to refract around the layer. The dragon casts Chromatic Orb at 2nd level without components, using Charisma as a spellcasting ability. If it rolls the same number on 2 of the d8s, the dragon can cast Chromatic Orb again in the same way, but cannot target the same creature more than once with this layer action. It's a combination of Chromatic Orb and Chaos Bolt. What I really want to do is basically just like, oh, you cast Chaos Bolt, but I was like, I don't know. I want it to be a stronger version of the base Chaos Bolt, and the scaling is bad, and the scaling doesn't affect how it can like, if it can target multiple things. And so having this be a 2nd level, it's 4 d8s. So if it rolls 2 of any of the same number on any of the 4 d8s, it bounces again. Because I needed it to like more than likely always bounce, because that's what refracting around the layer does. Like that's what it means. It's bouncing around. So yeah. Boost it. Just say if any of the 2 d8s, and then added the thing where it can't be targeted more than once. Mom says we've got Chaos Bolt at home. The regional effects. These are kind of more interesting. I think the regional effects can be fun is because they're not necessarily, they're not always like mechanical. Sometimes they can be interesting. Like rainbows are prominently present in the sky, even at night. They're like weird and mysterious. Colors seem to be over-exaggerated. Daylight lasts hours longer than it should. I guess that could be that could be a mechanical effect, but this is more than not just like a mechanical or not a mechanical, like a world building or like a flavorful effect. Although we do have some mechanical things. Magical darkness or spells that reduce the amount of brightness or of light fail to do so. Just in the region, like darkness spell just doesn't work essentially. Because the prismatic magic, the like weird elemental light magic. The distance of light given off by spells or magical effects is doubled. And then the last one, wink wink nudge nudge. The region is home to prismatic butterflies. The dragon can magically sense when and where one of these butterflies dies. Is that proper language? Oh no. Oh no. Is that proper syntax? Pause. When and where, if one of, it should be, probably? I don't know if that's proper. See, putting in this like grammar check. It doesn't say. It says when and where one of these butterflies dies. I mean, yeah, grammatically it works. It just is a little weird. But what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Also, this should probably be italicized. The amount of work I put into these things to just put them for free is kind of wild, but you know, it is what I do. Do I resave this just to have this italicized? I should. The things I do. Okay. Okay. And we gotta resave this, and I gotta re-get thing for it. The things I do. The things I do. Baba Booey. So I could have had all these things uploaded but not published yet, but I knew I was gonna find like one or two small things. So I was like, I'll just wait. Save that shit. But now I have this. Yeah, it's a window capture. Okay, good. And we're gonna re-get the image. Das image. We love our second monitor. Based and second monitor build. Except I can do this here, I guess. Okay, that's good. Scrub it real quick like. Okay. Oh, we should do this, even though I don't think it matters. Too. Perfect. Cool. So yeah. I say we hit the beep boop button and make it go boop boop. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to you. I'm gonna spam the Patreon members with content. Let's go. Post. Free access. Because I'm a content cuck. You know me. Matic Dragon. I do typically like a blurb of text with each one, but I don't really know what to say. There's a little bit is like kind of spoilers. We've got like a couple references to like, I mean, this is literally prismatic lacewing. Let's just be real here. And then just like rainbow magic. I don't know what would be like a one sentence blurb that would make sense. I mean, I literally could just be like rainbow magic exclamation point. Where did there it is. What makes sense? I heard my laser. Oh. What the fuck just happened there? Shift backspace? Is that like a... I don't know what happened. Weird. What a weird game. What should I say? Oh, fuck. Oh. Let's think for a second. You've got, I mean, it's rainbows. Power of a rainbow. Taste the rainbow? Taste the rainbow. It's that simple. Taste the rainbow. I don't know. Wait, is that like... Is taste the rainbow? Is that copyrighted? Trademarked, it doesn't matter. I'm not a... Is it trademark slogan? That's fine. I'm not in the candy industry. Not that I'm actually worried about getting Skittles? Wrigley. Who owns Wrigley? It's a registered of Mars. Okay. Mars Wrigley. Okay, okay. Let's just Google. Can I use trademarked slogan in different industry? Should be able to. Consumer confusion. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be confused. I don't think anyone's gonna see this and be like, I want some candy substitute. Yeah, I think we're good here. I think we're pretty good. Not legal advice. Review this real quick. Looks good, looks good. Boom. Baba Booey. Okay. We're Gucci here. We are Gucci Mane, the rapper. Gucci Mane, Gucci Mane, Gucci Mane. I don't know. That's not a song. Boom. Wait, does it say taste the rainbow in the... No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, looking good. So yeah, that's that. That's the prismatic dragon. It's an ancient prismatic dragon stat block. I could make a bunch more, but like, come on. Doesn't really work because like the breath weapon, I have to rework the monster entirely. But you know, it's whatever. Valexion, how's it going? Howdy, howdy. I just published this for free on Patreon. You can join the Patreon and get it. Wowie, wowie. We're going to go over like 5 or 6 more things too. Going good? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What should we go over next? Some magic items, some monsters, or some other magic items. We'll go over these magic items. We'll just go in reverse order. What are you up to? Signature magic items. The following are magic items designed to be central to the story or world they are in. Whether the item that allows an antagonist to flourish or the goal. Is that proper language? Why? I go over all of these things and I do grammar checks, but then it's like, oh no, the first time you read it doesn't sound right. I should just read everything out loud to myself before I go over them. Is that proper grammar? Or maybe this grammar tool that I use. Yeah, it doesn't say it's bad. I think the game tool I use is just bad. I think I just need to get a different grammar check. The following are magic items designed to be central to the story or world they are in. Whether the item that allows antagonists to flourish or the goal of an adventure. Here, whether the item is... Edit. Following... whether the item that allows an antagonist to flourish or the goal of adventure... these items are powerful and impactful. The problem now is I don't have that much room. Question, do you think turning Magic the Gathering, the Ozolith, into a magic item for a villain would be OP? I have no idea what that item is. I'd have to look it up. Like if an enemy with a buff is defeated, the buff goes to the Ozolith and can be transferred. That's a fun idea. I like that idea. It depends on like... It should just be like... It needs to be tied to something mechanical. So like spell effects or potion effects or something like that. It can't just be like anything that's considered a buff because like that's like a vague, not mechanical term. And then there'd be counterplay because then like if it's all spell effects, then like a negative spell effects would transfer too. See, that's fun stuff. Following a magic item is designed to be essential to the world or story they're in. Period. Whether the item allows an antagonist to flourish or is the goal of an adventure, these items are powerful and impactful. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's carry on. Whether the item allows an antagonist to flourish or is the goal of an adventure, these items are powerful and impactful. They can be the goal, the problem, or the catalyst. They can elevate a character into something iconic. They can reinforce or even give them a story or identity. So basically the idea behind these magic items, some of these are... No, none of these are items I had beforehand. But the idea was like, you give an antagonist, or like I say up here, like, or it's like the MacGuffin the party needs to find. You give this to this one item to someone, and you can build an entire like character concept around it. So like the Banner of Command, it's a legendary +3 spear, but that's not the good thing about it. The good thing about it is, as an action, you can basically empower an entire army. So like, you give this to a militia group, or you give this to like a villain, and hey, you've got like some plot reason that's tied to a mechanical benefit that allows them to, you know, be dominant in the field. 10 temporary hit points and +2 to all attacks and damage rolls for like an entire... It's not an entire army because 120 foot, but like an entire regiment. Like that's a big fucking deal. Of course, you don't actually have to play out those combats, but you know, there's actually something tied behind that MacGuffin. Ring of Power. Wondrous item. Artifact. Requires attunement. There are 6 of these bands in existence. Aurelion, Candor, Mira, Orithyrus, Talvir, and Zerathra. Each has a distinct and varied design. While wearing and attuned to one of these rings, you gain the following benefit. It's in one attunement slot, it's a ring of regeneration, a ring of protection, a ring of spell storing, and a ring of telekinesis, and it gives a bonus to, one ability score. Of course, each one gives a bonus to a different ability score. You give this one ring to, an NPC, and suddenly the NPC is like doing all these different things that it wouldn't be possible otherwise. Because let's say they have a ring of regeneration, a ring of protection, a ring of spell storing. That's, all 3 attunement slots right there. You give them to this, it's a 1 attunement slot. Of course, it's an artifact. And of course, we've got the wink, wink, nudge, nudge ring of power reference. And further than that, all of these are homebrew. So of course you can homebrew your own thing on top of it. But these are all technically cursed because there's technically one ring. Oh no, who would have seen that coming? So yeah. Trying to think of when the MacGuffin is owned by a clown and suddenly you realize the session takes place in a fast food restaurant. Interesting. What would Ronald McDonald's MacGuffin be? The golden arch, the big arch. This product is delicious. I love this product. I'm gonna have this product for lunch. Okay, so I could have done this, and I might do a signature magic items Mark II or Part 2 or whatever. But I don't know if you ever watched the old web DM videos, and I don't know what video it is, if it's talking about villains in general. I think it's one talking about villains, where it's if a villain's entire skill set was they could just cast a 2nd level spell at will. When you think about, is it Kilgrave and Jessica Jones? Is that his name? Where he just can cast suggestion at will. You give that to a villain, and you can write an entire story around that. Rod of Disintegration. The thing that's fun about this is it requires attunement. There's no for any of these except this last one. There's no actual requirement. So you could give this legendary magic item to I want to say I don't want to say an Arc 1 or a Tier 1 villain, but you give it to a Tier 2 villain, and that Tier 2 villain, who's the only thing they have going for them in Tier 2 of play is they've got this legendary magic item, but then they can use that magic item to progress themselves into higher power, and then if the party doesn't deal with them in the early tiers of play, he becomes a big bad. Because being able to cast Disintegrate essentially at will, because it's 10 times, up to 10 times. That's a 6th level? It's a 6th level spell. And having a noble, or a lord or a merchant, just being able to cast Disintegrate against anyone else in that bracket of play is basically power word kill. Not actually, because they can dodge it, but it's good shit. Slender rod is formed of smooth, matte gray stone, with extremely faint dust blooming off the end. The rod is 10 charges. While holding it, you can expend 1 charge as an action to cast the Disintegrate spell, DC 18. Should be spell DC, or save DC 18, shouldn't it? It should. Should say save DC for 18. I'm pretty certain. Cast Disintegrate at the party, the puppy sentence. Yes, exactly. You get it. And then when they cast True Resurrection, you're there in the corner and cast Counterspell. Yeah, it's save DC. Why do I have DC? Does it ever say DC? Whatever. Is there ever DC 11? Oh, okay. So there is some precedent. I feel like I based this off of a Rod of Blasting or something. Or circular blasting. Save DC. Yeah, no, it should be save DC. Yup. Yuck, yuck. Did I break any formatting? I think we're good. Okay, so of course it lets you cast Disintegrate because it's the Rod of Disintegration. But more than that, it actually makes Disintegrate a little bit more powerful. When you don't target a creature with a Disintegrate while holding the rod, the spell automatically disintegrates a huge or smaller non-magical object or a creation of magical force. And if the target is larger than huge, the spell disintegrates a 15-foot cube portion of it. Basically, it's just one size category increased for the secondary effect of Disintegrate. So you can just use it to like put a hole in a wall more effectively. The rod regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the rod's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the rod fractures and detonates in a burst of force. Each creature and object not being worn or carried within 20 feet must make a DC 18 dexterity saving throw, taking 10d6 force damage on a failure or have as much as success. Creatures and non-magical objects are disintegrated if this damage leaves them with 0 hit points. The rod is then destroyed. Or worse, if the party pulls out a bag of holding and you cast Disintegrate on it. As 5th edition is written, that does not work because you cannot target you can't target magical objects. However, I think magic items should be more. Magic items in every game I ever play are basically immune to all damage and effects and stuff like that. And that's not technically true. They should be resilient to damage per the rules, but they should not be immune to all damage. But Disintegrate for some reason just doesn't work on magical objects. Unless you can target an item. Let's go and look. Let's go and look specifically what Disintegrate says. You can target an object. Okay, you can target an object. It automatically disintegrates larger, smaller, non-magical objects. Okay, I guess you actually could do that. Yeah, I guess there's nothing mechanically stopping it. Based? My wizard character knows this. You better believe I'm going to start disintegrating MacGuffins just to fuck with my DM. It doesn't say non-magical object. You can disintegrate magical objects. The reason I thought you couldn't is because it doesn't automatically disintegrate them, and they're not affected if you target a creature. Welcome to the astral plane. I cast Disintegrate on a bag of holding. It goes boop, and now we're on a fucking Spelljammer campaign. Based. I cast Disintegrate on the bag of holding on our ship because we're playing the Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign. Well, a campaign that's based off of the books Ghost of Saltmarsh. We're past the content of that book, but then it sucks the whole crew in the ship into the astral plane, and now we're playing Spelljammer. Giga Chad. Base department. Awesome. Possum. Okay. That's kind of dope. Yeah, when I was originally coming up with this idea, I was thinking of like, I don't know if you've seen Fullmetal Alchemist, but like, you know how there's that one priest dude that's got like the incomplete Philosopher's Stone? Like his entire claim as a villain is just using a magic item. That was like more or less like my inspiration was coming up with like this concept. Like you give one like morally dubious person like a magic item and they can become a villain. Like they can become an antagonist for the party. The last item is the Warp Staff. It's a legendary staff, requires attunement by a spellcaster because reasons. The staff has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge to cast one of the following spells from it using your spell save DC. Dimension Door, 7th level version. All of these are 7th level version, just for memes, essentially. Teleport and Vortex Warp. The only one that actually scales is Vortex Warp. The reason why mechanically I cast Disintegrate, I reveal you had a wig on the... Does it look like I'm wearing a wig? Checkmate, atheists. I'm just kidding. The only mechanical advantage that Dimension Door gets from being 7th level is that counterspell, I guess. That's like the one sad thing. If you have like a magic item or like a wand that like you can spam like a 1st or 2nd level spell is like, unless it lets you upcast it by like using more charges, it's always going to be counterspellable like automatically. Additionally, while you're holding the staff, you can increase the result of a D100 roll when you cast Teleport by up to 25. So it makes you actually more effective using the Teleport spell. So basically, if you are familiar with the location, is it familiar or is it... We'll look at the actual language. If you are very familiar with the location, you can automatically succeed as well. Yeah. And of course, it gains regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. And if you expend the last one and roll a d20 on a 1, it blinks out of existence. Yep. And yeah, you have the Banner of Command, which is a name I stole from League of Legends, I'll be honest about that. Game I've not played in 10 years. That might not even exist anymore. It probably doesn't. We have a Ring of Power. I only want to do 1 because, for a similar reason why I was saying earlier, I don't want to like answer all the questions. Like, there's 6 different rings, and I say that they can look like different. So like, just let people, you know, the only reason that there's art for these is because, I don't know, because I felt like it. There's like only art for like probably what, like 5% of the magic items in the DMG. The Warp Staff is a reference to Fire Emblem, the Warp Staff. Of course, it doesn't work quite the same at all. Take a page from Magic the Gathering, use the wand with the low-level spells to bait out all their counterspells. That's not a bad idea. I'm trying to think of what I did. I did something. Oh. I cast... What did I cast? I cast one of my homebrew spells. What's the name of it? Shit, what's the name of the Oz Champ? I want to say Sword Barrage, but that's not... Is that right? Is it Sword Barrage? Conjure Barrage? No, that's a different spell. Sword Barrage. Okay, it is Sword Barrage. I cast this spell in like a big combat, and it baited out like a spell magic, which is really unfortunate for a couple reasons. One, we were underwater, so I had a water breathing spell on me. But more importantly, Actually, no, not more importantly, but more annoyingly, I had a mage armor on me, which of course got automatically dispelled. Oh, the other things that were really annoying because I had like I had a contingency on me and another homebrew spell, store spell on me. Dude, dispel magic is such a powerful spell. Holy shit. Holy guacamole. Okay, I need to re-save this with 2 grammar edits I did. Let's make sure this reads correctly. The following are magic items designed to be central to the story or world they are in. Whether the items allow an attacker to flourish or is the goal of an adventure, these items are powerful and impactful. They can be the... I feel like I don't like how... I feel like I should just change this because I'm repeating goal there twice. See, this is why I hate writing flavor text. Just use your imagination, forehead. Encore spell, the next time the target casts a spell, it gets converted to the last spell they use. I actually... Oh. Uh-oh. Something got flubbed here. Copy. Fresh. We're good. Oh, it didn't actually save the changes. We did that. They can be the problem. The catalyst, or even the solution. Being forced to cast Fireball again in a small area. Yeah, I don't think that's a pretty gamey idea. It's a fun idea. I think a better version of it would just be, instead of like forcing them to cast any spell, like is literally like do the Pokemon move, where it's like if they cast a spell, it has to be the same spell. That way they can choose not to do it. But if they're a spellcaster, then they're kind of fucked. Hey, Alepa, how's it been? Howdy, howdy. The item allows antagonists to flourish, or is the goal of an adventure. These items are powerful. It can be the problem, the catalyst, or even the solution. Oh, I'm missing the Oxford comma. Is it still the Oxford comma if it's not an and, if it's an or? Probably, right? I have the best time of my life? Nice. We're about to publish our second of like 6 different things today. The best time of your life so far. True. Get the PDF. Looking good. Looking good in the neighborhood. Signature. Oop. Oh, I flubbed the title, but that's okay. Bum bum ba da dum. Okay, we just gotta get the image file of this, and then we can upload it. We gotta figure out what our one-liner is gonna be. What would be a good one-liner for these? Sign here? I don't know, that's stupid. But I'm stupid, so maybe that makes sense. If you're an optimist, I'm a pessimist out of love. Because either I am positively surprised or I'm right. That's a weirdly optimistic way of being a pessimist. Interesting. Okay. Gotta rename this. Scrub. Can I? Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing it live. Do people actually know where that's from? I know where that's from. Do other people know? Kind of an ancient meme. The sacred Jedi texts. Okay, I should not have closed that. Good. Boom. Another one. Should I put a 1 after it now? I'm sure I'll do this again. I should put a 1 after it now. They've got stuffed crust pizza with crust wrapped in panko breaded onion rings. Wait, what? This party is gonna suck. Wait, they have stuffed crust pizza with crust wrapped panko breaded onion rings. Holy shit. That's cinema. That sounds amazing. Nice argument. That's not spelled right? Am I dumb? Why is... Argument? Argument? Whatever. Nice argument. Cast disintegrate. A food party? I want to go to a food party. Based. Based and disintegrated. Based and dust build. Okie dokie. It's live now. Okay, so far, taste the rainbow, disintegrate. We're on a good stride here. I'll leave. This up. Well, I do F11. There's not that much more room. Can you read that? Probably not. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, you can still see some of it. BRB use the bathroom real quick. Also, it's not the reason why most of us play D&D is enjoy time with others. The game itself is not necessary if you're already succeeding in that. I feel like I play D&D to play D&D because I would just hang out with people if I wanted to just hang out with people. But I understand what you're saying. I'll be gone for like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. There's the links to both things I posted in the Discord, or you can exclamation point book to get to the Patreon. You can join for free to get all these things that I'm posting today. Okay, I'm back. Also, I don't know why, but I feel like I just caught a whiff of cigarette, and I have no idea what possibly I could be smelling. Unless I'm having a stroke. Oh no. Oh no. Based in stroke build? Wait a second, on the internet, that sounds like it could be something else. Okay, oh shit. Oh shit, did I... Oh fuck, did I do the right one? I must have done the right one. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool beans. Should we go over... The rest are... Oh, actually, no. They have one more magic item thing. Okay, I thought this was a fun idea. Okay, let's go over this. So... Okay, yeah. So, the idea behind this is... That was weird. For those that don't know... In the monster manual, there are variant monsters in in these text boxes. And so the whole idea behind this is ghosts are just kind of generic, you know? I don't know why, but I was on an undead kick. You'll see in the next couple things. Ghosts are kind of generic, so like, what if we made like special types of ghosts? Not just like different types of undead, but like these are ghosts, specific ghosts. So here are 5 variants. I had to put them in the green text box because I'm a slut for what's the word I'm looking for? Convention. I'm a slut for convention, so it has to follow the variant monster convention. So here we go. We have variants. Feral Haunt, Floater, Nightly Shade, Phantasm, and Plague Visage. Should I, before I continue, should I have a ghost? No, it just doesn't look good. I'll just have it on that's what I decided earlier. I'm just gonna have it on the Patreon page. We got the Feral Haunt, Floater, Nightly Shade, Phantasm, and Plague Visage. This is kind of funny because I have a Phantasm Warlock subclass, the Phantasm. And they are not similar. They're kind of similar. They're vaguely similar. We don't have art for the Feral Haunt for two reasons. One, it's hard to fit in that much. And two, because it's literally just an animal spirit, so it's going to look like whatever animal it looks like. So starting off, when beasts die under a blue moon, this is me being omega cheeky, they leave behind a spirit that evolves into a feral haunt, driven purely by the echoes of instinct. Feral haunts take as many forms as there are beasts, and their temperaments are just as varied. A feral haunt has an intelligence score of 3 and a hover speed of 80 feet. All of these changes you'll see are very small. They're literally just variants. They're like, hey, you take the ghost stab lock and you change like this 1 or 2 or 3 different things. And it's as shrimple as. Could do more, but they're supposed to be relatively generic. And any changes I make to make them ultra specific for like one beast is going to make them less like another beast. But of course, you don't need to like use my homebrew to do this. You could have done this yourself, but A, you didn't, and B, it's not like I'm charging people money for this. So, whatever. So moving on, I was actually surprised when I was doing my syntax research or like my convention research. There's not like titles for the different like variants. Like if you go and look at like the variants, the text for a variant, like vampire like warrior or vampire knight and vampire spellcaster, whatever it's called, it just moves along. It just assumes that they're in the same order as the title. So, like I said, I'm a slut for convention. I'm doing what it did before. Those that are lost to sea under mysterious circumstances, die to piracy, or are cursed by the deep, can occasionally turn into floaters when they die. Floaters often seek for sailors to join their sunken crews. Floater replaces the Ghost of Withering Touch with the following actions: multi-attack, make 2 damned cutlass attacks, and replace one of these attacks with the use of its horrifying visage, and damned cutlass. So instead of its Withering Touch, it basically gets the damned cutlass and use a multi-attack to do that twice, or 1 cutlass attack and horrifying visage in the same turn. It's actually less damage than the Withering Touch, but collectively it's a little bit more. Plus, they've got the rider effect. Plus 5 to hit, 5 foot reach, hit, 13 or 3d6 plus 3 necrotic damage. If the target is a creature for the next minute, water and similar liquids count as difficult terrain for the creature. The idea being they're getting swept below, they're getting dragged underneath. Moving on to the Nightly Shade. When knights or nobles die, sometimes their lingering souls refuse to abandon their oaths or political ambitions. A knightly spirit has an armor class of 16 and gains the following trait, and replaces the Ghost's Withering Touch with the following action. Iron Resistance, the Ghost has advantage on saving throws against any effect that turns undead, and Ruined Blade, plus 6 to hit, reach 5 foot, 1 target, hit 20, 3d10 plus 4 necrotic damage. Pretty straightforward. Some ghosts retain a facsimile of the spellcasting ability that they possess in life, even in death. They weave the arcane with an ethereal hand and a ghastly whisper. The phantasm gains the following trait: magic resistance and spellcasting, with Chill Touch, Mage Hand, Silent Image, Hold Person, Misty Step, Phantasmal Force, Still Curse, Mirror Image, Phantasmal Killer. Have to have Phantasmal Force and Phantasmal Killer because Phantasm is in the name, and that's just how I roll. When pestilence or death curses wipe out people, few of them might rise as a plague visage. They perversely now serve the scourge that killed them. A plague visitations. That's a Fucking autocorrect. What the hell? Gain the following trait and replace the ghost withering touch with the following action: sickening aura. Creatures that start its turn within 20 feet of the ghost must succeed a DC 13 Constitution saving throw, or be poisoned until the start of its next turn, and plague touch with a spell attack +5, blah blah blah. 46 + 3. Necrotic damage. The target must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw, or its hit point maximum is reduced by an amount equal to the damage taken. This reduction lasts until the creature finishes long rest. The target dies if its effect reduces its hit point maximum to 0. If a creature's hit point maximum reduction from this attack ends when it finishes a long rest, the DM may rule that the creature contracts the plague that caused the ghost's death. Holy fucking autocorrect there. Visitations. Plague vestiges. How do you spell vestiges? Vestiges. Visages. Visage. A plague visage gains the following. That's what it should be. A feral haunt. A floater, yeah. I don't know how I... Auto boss. Auto. Yeah. A plague visage gains the following trait. Yep. Yeah. Here be ghosts. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's good. Another one. Another one. That's good. Wrong folder. Always has been. Ghost variants. Yep. Good thing. Good thing I didn't actually upload any of these yet, because I knew there'd be like one or two things that I'd miss. There always is. Okay. Why can't I open that in a new window or new tab? Okay, cool. I don't have like explanatory text of what this is besides should be ghost variants or variant ghosts. Ghost variants. Instead of having a meme here, do I just say Why can I not spell? Fuck it. Walk it. Did I not publish it? Update? Why do I feel like something's not working? 'Cause I never published it. Okay. What all have I uploaded so far? Is it just been signature items in the Prismatic Dragon so far? Guess so. So. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, something feels weird. I don't know what happened. Okay. Chugging along. Choo choo chugging. That there. There. And let's put that there. Can I not just... Fuck it. Okay. We got 3 left. 3 things that are already made left. What do we want to go over next? Brass magic items, Fargast, the Sepulchre Warden. Don't know, I don't know. Here's what we'll do. I think this is the command. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what we'll do. 3, 4. Okay, so we'll go with the Firegast. Okay. By the time the scent of burning flesh reaches the nose, the Firegast is already upon you. An unholy flame, fed in equal measure by malice and meat, is a walking corpse akin to a zombie, set alight by some darker ritual. I don't know where I got the idea for this from. Oh, actually, no, I do. I do know. Actually, we had to go over this before we could have gone over the brass rubber. I had the idea for a magic item, and part of the idea for the magic item was like, well, I need a zombie that is fire. So, and I had to come up with this Firegast monster. It is fire zombie. Blackened flesh splits and peels as a wicked inner fire consumes it from within. A wicked evil fire. The flames themselves acting as an animating force, unlike the unseen magic that stirs skeletons or zombies. At a distance, especially in darkness, it is easy to mistake. It is easily mistaken for a lone torch or a wandering lantern. Many take comfort in that glow, believing it to be a sign of life or of shelter, of civilization. They realize too late that the light is coming for them. Headless, the firegeist's flames never cease. They roar and spill upward in a constant column, devouring what once was its head and leaving only a violent plume of fire in its place. This living blaze serves as both a face and a presence, flaring and guttering in response to the world around it. Those who stare too long swear they can see something within the inferno, a fleeting impression of a face stretched in silent agony or rage. I'm actually super happy with how this came out. Like the screaming mouth, or the implied screaming mouth, is actually fucking like 10 out of 10, I feel like. Folklore. Many grim tales are seeded by the undead. The firegeist's headless form and baleful glow are often linked to the Headless Horseman legend. Yet it is only when one is found astride a skeletal horse that the tale takes full shape. These riders wander without purpose through lonely roads and forgotten paths. Like many undead, they drift when unbound, falling into patterns, into habits. They become echoes of whatever purpose once defined them. And then, of course, they have undead nature. Mechanically, they're pretty straightforward. Real important changes are the cold resistance and fire immunity. They've got con saving throw proficiency, which is nice because they've got undead fortitude, but not the normal undead fortitude that zombies have. No. They've got a fiery version of it. Or when they succeed on their undead fortitude save, they explode in fire. Kinda gamey, but I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Unholy Flame, the firegeist takes 10 acid damage if it ends its turn in running water, and has vulnerability to damage from holy water. So, I didn't want to give them like water vulnerability or whatever it's the fire elemental one has, because it feels lame. But having them take damage from running water, I think, is fine because they're undead. And of course, having vulnerability to holy water I think is really fun, because holy water already damages undead. They're just more effective because their fiery nature. Variable illumination. The firegeist's head sheds bright light and at 5 to for this, there shouldn't be a space there. Is that actually how that's written? Hold. Pause. Should it be like that? 5 to 20 foot radius? Wait, how is that phrased? Because I took that verbiage from the Will-O-Wisp. That is how it's written. That's so weird. Okay, based. Based being correct for once. Okay. Five to 20 foot radius and dim light for another additional number of feet equal to the chosen radius. The firegeist can alter the radius as a bonus action. Of course, they get, instead of a normal slam, they get a burning slam, and then once per day they get eruption. The firegeist exhales a surge of searing flame in a 15-foot cone from its neck. Each creature and object not being worn or carried in the area must make a TC 13 dexterity saving throw or take 3d6 fire damage on a failed save, or have as much successful one. Flammable objects affected in the area that aren't being worn or carried ignite. Fire zombie go burr. I don't know what. See, originally I had this. This was a monster I needed to exist for another effect that I wanted to do. But then I was like, well, I'm not gonna just have the one monster on one of these because it's, you know, it's not gonna be enough to fill it. But then I was like, well, the monster I made to go with it, I can't have both their stat blocks in because then I'm not gonna have enough room for art and like a brief description. So I was like, well, now I'm gonna put them on their own thing, and that's where we got this next thing that I'll go over in a moment. But before we do that, don't think we had that. We didn't change this at all. So I think we're to rock and roll here. Another one. What do you mean Fire Ice is spelled wrong? That's exactly how it is on the page right there. What should we put as our little brief description? What should it be? Is there a fire zombie Yu-Gi-Oh card? Why do I feel like part of this inspiration was like it's like deep rooted in like Yu-Gi-Oh fire zombie molten zombie? Holy shit! Is this one of those OG cards? It's an effect monster. Can't read that text though because it's so low resolution. When this card is special summoned from the graveyard, draw one card. There must be more than one fire attribute zombie type monster, right? Let's see if I can find one that's a fire attribute zombie type that's a normal monster, and then we can like yank some of its normal text or like flavor text as like a sick reference, bro. Can we? Does anyone know? Is there a way you can search Yu-Gi-Oh? Search for card by filter? Hold on. What is this page before I load it? Okay, this looks good. Looking good. We want fire attribute zombie type. Search. I didn't realize Ash Blossom was a fire attribute. Burning Skull Head? Wait, this is perfect. It's an effect monster though. No! Oh wait, I could do normal type. Hold on. Go back. Excluded items? Oh, card type, normal. Wait, fuck. Did it not save my... It didn't save my other things. Normal, fire, zombie. There has to be at least one. There has to be. There's none? How is there none? How is there not a single zombie fire that's a normal? What? Fuck you. That was such a good idea. I don't know. What should we do for our flavor text here? I feel like I should do something about the fact that flame skulls exist. Are flame skulls immune to fire damage? They must. They must be. Wait, flame skull's a monster? I'm not insane. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck am I thinking of? It's not called a flame skull. Oh, fuck me, because could I put a fucking space in there, and this search engine, it's actual dog shit. Ah, because I fucking put a space in there. Okay, fuck you. Maybe this is where flame skulls come from. That's what we'll do. Can I put emojis? Or emotes? Thinking? I don't like that. I feel like there's a way I could do. Oh, it was on Google Drive or on Google Docs. You could do like emotes by doing that. I don't know where they're pulling them from. Fuck it. Ship it. Why am I not getting the share prompt when I upload it? Update. Okay, now it goes here. Okay, interesting. What would be a good thing? Post out the links to these in the Discord, so I have like a one-liner. Just cause. Just cause. I don't know what to put. I accidentally closed it. Why does it say preview when it's already loaded? I don't know why. It looks so stupid. I don't know why. The one eye looks like it's way closed too much. It is what it is. Okay. And so as I was talking about, So originally it was like, oh, well, I can't just have one monster on one of these things. So I need a second monster. So I started to come up with a second monster idea. And that's where we got the Sepulchre. The Sepulchre Warden from. Sepulchre Wardens are undead guardians bound to tombs and vaults. They are completely controlled by their creator's will. They appear as tall figures with jackal heads and lean, agile bodies composed of grave dust and ash. When wounded or felled, they leak dust and sand, not blood. Keepers. Sepulchre Wardens are created through a ritual similar to the ones used to create mummies. Servants of the living are often transformed into servants of the dead. Originally, they were created to protect tombs, temples, and graves from plunderers and trespassers. However, sometimes they are charged with keeping the residents entombed or kept prisoner. Dust to dust. Unnaturally, a Sepulchre Warden can form from the dust of those killed by the mummy's curse. They rise as unyielding, unquestioning undead servants. Undead servants or soldiers who can only follow their master's will. Unyielding forms. Though its body is made of sand and the warden is light on its feet, the warden is not fragile. Mundane arms cast off ash and sand from their form, but their blows fail to truly strike the power that binds them. They've got resistance to non-magical weapons. Eternal Vigil. A Sepulchre Warden stands as a perfect sentinel. Its awareness extending beyond sight. It hears the scrape of stone, detects the scent of living flesh, and discerns intent through movement and breath. It can sense intruders long before they reveal themselves. And then, of course, they have undead nature. So the idea behind this is that they're like sentinels. They're agile, quick sentinels. And of course, we got like the whole like Anubis vibe going for it, you know? They're proficient in insight and perception, as well as having keen hearing and keen smell. Wait, that passive perception's wrong. Wait, did I fuck up the passive perception on the Firegeist? No. The smallest little oversights, that's what gets you. This should be 20 passive perception. Kind of wacky. How did I not change that? It literally is just an oversight. Unless there's a reason why it's 16, which it shouldn't be, because it should be 20. 5, and then 5 from advantage. Damn. Okay, let's continue. We'll fix that. Keen hearing and smell. The warden has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing or smell. Magic weapons. The warden's attacks are magical. They have pack tactics, and they have standing leap. The warden has advantage on attack rolls against a creature if it's at least one of its allies within 5 feet of the creature, and the ally is incapacitated. And the warden's long jump is up to 20 feet, and its high jump is up to 10 feet with or without a running start. You can make 2 Kopesh of Dust melee weapon attacks, which each do 1d6 plus their dex mod. Damn. Damn. I'm a little annoyed by that. Such a small oversight. Really gets you. Now I'm curious if they should have dark vision or not. I think they should have dark vision just because they're undead and whatnot. Even though dogs, for some reason, don't have dogs and cats don't have dark vision in 5th edition, which is insane. Like, cats not having dark vision is ridiculous. And rats not having a climb speed is equally ridiculous. But, like, what are you going to do? Okay, let's change that, and then we'll save those. Yep. This should be 20. I don't know why it's 16. I think it's probably... It just got left from the, like, the template. That's probably what happened. Let me double check that it should be 20. I'm like 99% sure that's what I had it. Wait, hold on. Before we continue, Flame Skull. Matthew Mercer.
Flame Skull.
Yeah, I knew it. Um, yeah, it should be 20. I don't know why. Let me make sure that the rest is correct. One mistake makes me less confident. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical weapons. It should be non-magical. Is it weapons or attacks? What's the official verbiage? Non-magical attacks. Is that what it's like in the book, or is that D&D Beyond being D&D Beyond? I think that might be D&D Beyond being D&D Beyond. No. I think it's weapons. We're doing second monitor shenanigans right now. Please stand by. It is supposed to be weapons. It is supposed to be weapons. Okay, where were we? Okay, we should be good. Ooh. I think I need to change this to Kopesh of Dust Attacks. Because that's the name of the attack. Good save. Good save there, buddy. Actually, I can't use its multi-attack because it doesn't have a Kopesh attack. Good one. Good one, Chief. Okay. We're Gucci. Gucci man, Gucci man, Gucci man, Gucci man. I don't know. I feel like sometimes I feel like some of the things I make are like super bare bones. But like, how many quick undead are there? How many like high wisdom undead are there? And then like the unique idea of being like made of like mummy dust is kind of like fun. I don't know. Like I said, this was originally supposed to just be like a one-off on a like a one of two thing, but then there just wasn't enough room, so then I made it a one of one, and then had to like expand on the lore and whatnot to make it more. Make it more. Ba da 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 ba. Ba da da ba. Ba da. Did I already have one of those open? Did. Damn, son. We not? There we go. Do 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 do. Ba da do ba boo. Ba da boo. Convert, convert. We love having our JPEGs. Okay, is it fair to say that PNGs have a better color space than JPEG? I don't know if I'm using that term correctly. I think I am. Make it another post. Mummy says we have undead at home. God, I'm fucking hilarious. Shrimple has. I think that's pretty shrimple. Pretty shrimple. Here's the hard part. How many one-liners can I think of? Ooh. That was my neck, if you heard that. I feel like the mummy says we have undead at home is really funny, but, well, it's like a good cheeky one-line thing. Is the line a jackal took my baby? No, it's a dingo. I can't use that. Never mind. Dingo took my baby. I don't know why I was thinking jackal. Damn. Fuck, what do I put? Or a dog plus. Now that's clever and funny and definitely original. Okay, the last thing that I have. Oh, did that just double click? It did. Why? This mouse is like not even a year old. Why do mouse break? Why do mouse break that bad? think it's a cheap one. It's like a $50 mouse. I say that as if it's like actually like a cheap mouse, but it's a cheaper version of. Oh, what did I just do? Oh shit! I just accidentally banned someone. Based. Okay, where were we? We had this. Missing Firegeist. I don't want to update it. I just want to open the post. Why are you doing this to me? Just let me open the post, god damn it. Didn't change anything, but it's updated, I guess. Fuck you. Wait, fuck. Fuck. Oh, that's updated. I don't know why it said it didn't save. Okay, at our last, but actually maybe least. Brass armor. The brass armor is a collection of magic items believed to be part of a greater whole. Each piece is formed from ancient brass, scarred by heat and time, and worked into similar angular designs. No complete set is known to exist, though the surviving pieces imply a full suit of armor. Magic items that belong to the set rarely function. Magic items that belong to a set rarely function in isolation, but the known pieces of the brass armor do. This suggests an unusual strength in their enchantment or in the methods used to create them. These items are most often found alone, with little or no recorded history. They appear scattered with no clear connection to one another. Whether the separation is intentional or simply the result of time is unknown. As you'll see, these items kind of form into an archetype. Brass bracer, wonders item rare, requires attunement. A broad angular bracer with pointed accents along the forearm. Its brass surface is warm to the touch, with subtle fire-like patterns etched into the metal. This item is part of the set of magic items known as brass armor. If you are attuned to another brass armor item, attuning this item doesn't count against your limit of attuned items, while you remain attuned to the original. While you wear this bracer, you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of other brass armor items you use increases by 1. You have resistance to fire damage. As an action, you can cast Armor of Agathis at 4th level. When you cast a spell in this way, it deals fire damage instead of cold damage. Once you cast Armor of Agathis with this item, you can't do so again until the next on. Trimple as Brass Gauntlet. Wonders item very rare, requires attunement. Heavy angular gauntlet of warm brass. Its knuckle is tipped with jagged spikes and faint scorched markings. This item is part of the set of magic items known as brass armor. If you're attuned to another brass armor item, attuning to this item doesn't count against your limit of attuned items while you remain attuned to the original. While wearing this gauntlet, you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of other brass items you use increases by 1. You can cast Control Flame at will. And as an action, you can cast Finger of Death, save DC 15. When you cast the spell in this way, it deals fire damage instead of necrotic damage. A humanoid slain by the spell rises at the start of your next turn as a Firegeist under your control. Once you cast the Finger of Death with this item, you can't do so again until the next on. This one effect is the whole reason why we have the Firegeist monster. Brass Pauldron. Wonders item. Uncommon, requires attunement. A broad pauldron of burnished brass featuring 2 prominent upward spikes. Its edges glimmer with molten sheen. The item is part of the set of magic items under the best armor. The 2 minute. While wearing this pauldron, you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of other brass armor items you use increases by 1. As an action, you can cast a fireball, save DC 15. Once you cast fireball with this item, you can't do so again until the next dawn. And last but not least, brass sabaton. Under item rare, requires a 2 minute. Segmented spike to torn sabaton with a sharp angular silhouette. Heated stained brass channels, faint trails of flame from the soul. This item is part of the magic item known as brass armor. While you're wearing the sabaton, you gain the following benefits. Good zoom in. A spell save DC of other brass items you use increases by 1. The sabaton functions as wing boots, except its flight is propelled by jets of flame. And as an action, you can cast Magic Circle, save DC 15, centered on yourself. Once you cast Magic Circle with this item, you can't do so again until the next one. Bing, bang, bosh. Shrimple as. Why do I feel like I need to change this word? Really doesn't count towards your limit instead of against your limit. I don't know if I'm crazy. Doesn't count against your number. It should be number actually of attuned items. There's like number of spells known, number of prepared. Should be a number instead of a limit. Yeah, it should. Now that I've changed this all, let's go actually look and make sure that is the proper verbiage. Where would something like that be? Be like cleric domain spells. That would be like an example. Oh, is it under their class features? Domain spells. Doesn't count against the number of spells you can prepare each day. What do I currently have this written as? Doesn't count against your number of attuned items while you remain attuned to the original. Yeah, that does sound better. That does sound better. Yup. Yup. Gotta resave the image now. Brass. Gotta step on the brass. Don't know where that came from. Okay, I think we're good on that. Okay. Okay, and we're Gucci, man. Sure, that's right. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. The last thing. The last thing we're going to publish today. 6 of 6. Oh God. Do I just... I'm sure, why not? Fuck it. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why that works in my head. It doesn't work at all, but fuck it. Okay. I think we're good to rock and roll. Copy link. Open up the Discord. And our final spam for today. I don't even know what's the next line of from that song. Lyrics? Please don't start playing it. Don't you automatically start playing it, I will slap you. Gonna run as a flash tonight, I'll fight to be the winner. Gotta step on the gas, gotta step on the brass. Tonight I'll fly and be your lover? What? So presumptuous. I'll be your hero. I'll be as quick as your flash. I'll be your hero. That's fuck it, whatever. We just like being stupid. Okay. We published 6 things for free on Patreon. Exclamation. Hey, Hecate, how's it going? Sorry, I didn't see it until just now. I was doing things over top my second monitor. Why did I say Hecate? It's Hecate? 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 Hecate is probably right. How's it going? I just posted 6 things for free on Patreon. You can join the Patreon. That's much more book. We got Firegeist, Flaming Zombie, Sepulchre Word and Undead Anubis Dog, an Ancient Prismatic Dragon, some signature trademark magic items, some ghost variants, and a archetype of magic items. But yeah, that's what we're up to. No worries. It's been a while since I've joined here. Well, I've not streamed in like a month, probably. My first stream in like a month or something like that. And while I was away, I was writing up a storm. Yeah, and also was working. I've not. This is like not ready at all, but an ARCRaiders themed subclass, a ranger subclass. Yeah, I don't know. I'm. What are you up to? You looking for something, or got any questions about any of these things? I think it's been a year and a half since I've been here. Been super busy with kids and life, but slowing down now. That's good. Well, being busy, I feel like more than not is probably a good thing. That means you're doing things, you know? So more than not, it's probably a good thing. But obviously it's stressful. Dragon Balls, question mark? Yeah, I don't know what more signature magic items there could be. Like, the whole idea behind the signature magic items is they're like central like MacGuffin type things. Getting ready for a subclass showdown for another streamer called Misfit Game Studio. What's that? What's that about? I got a couple more monster ideas, so we could work on that. We could do some spells, or I could just go over this subclass. Yeah, I'm curious what a subclass showdown is because I've been known to write a handful of subclasses before. I got a couple subclasses here and there. Might be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be gone for like 30 seconds. where you take an idea and two people create subclasses based off the idea with the same class, and then on the showdown they go over each other and see what's different. More balanced and flows good. That's a fun idea. The showdown is chains and how a sorcerer can use them as weapons. They build a subclass based off that. Interesting. Interessante. I feel like that's probably pretty fun because like it's super easy to go like completely different directions even with like the same idea. I know I have a friend that made a I don't know if it was a demonic soul or infernal or just fiendish soul sorcerer, and the whole concept behind that was they were like using like demonic or infernal or whatnot weapons. It was like a Gish sorcerer. Okay, I think we're gonna probably go over this ARCRaiders Ranger subclass. That's what we'll do right now. Have you played ARCRaiders? Do you know anything about the game? It's never the same idea? Yeah. I feel like if I was to like, I don't know, it's never gonna be the same idea. You know of it? Okay. Obviously, because it's not gonna be a 1-to-1, and I'm trying to do a mix of matching theme as well as mechanics, but I'm never gonna like go like hard into like one or the other. It's more of trying to get the overall vibe than, you know, be perfect implementation of the game. But here we go. Obviously, this is like a first draft type situation, so everything is subject to change and whatnot. And actually, can I do God, you gotta love auto mod sometimes. Let's do this. If I go F11, is that better? That's probably a little bit better. Okay, so the Survivalist Enclave. What are Ranger archetypes called? They're not called enclaves, are they? Maybe they are. Well, the Survivalist Ranger archetype. This is a Ranger subclass. Just keep that in mind. And because this is the year of our Lord 2026, Ranger subclasses get expanded spell list. Survivalist magic. You learn additional spells when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the survival spell table. Each spell counts as a ranger spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of spells known. Those spells, of course, are Shield, Knock, Revivify, Fabricate, and Circle of Power. It's going to be hard to explain like the direct inspiration or like how these make sense, but basically the core gameplay loop of ARCRaiders is a PvEVP game, PvPvE, however you want to say it, and it's an extraction shooter. So you go into like a map, you collect resources, and you try to get out without being killed by the enemy like environmental bots or other players. And of course, it's like a sci-fi game, so there's like mechanics like a deflector shield and type stuff. So that's like some of like the inspiration. Knock is kind of perfect because one of the core gameplay mechanics in that game is called breaching. You pull out your raider tool, which is basically a crowbar, and you pry open like a box or you pry open a door, and it makes a lot of noise. So that's why Knock's there. Unlike other extraction shooters, you can like if you get knocked out, people can like, you don't die right away. That's like basically the main inspiration behind Revify. Fabricate makes, it's just an extraction shooter. There's crafting mechanics, and Circle of Power just cause. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of offensive abilities. There's higher level shields. There's defensive barricade stuff. There's a whole bunch of different grenades that do a million different things. But just vaguely Circle of Power. It's really hard to explain why. I don't know if you... Sometimes things just make sense. You can't really explain it if you don't have that like quality, if you don't have that like understanding. But those spells, they make sense. Trust me. Experienced Resilience. They actually have 3 third level features. Because 2026, so everything's got to be fucking Powercraft. With Preparation and Subtle Magic, you can mitigate some of the harm that comes your way. As a bonus action, you can shield yourself, granting you temporary hit points. The number of temporary hit points you gain is equal to 1d10 plus your ranger level. While you have these temporary hit points, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Lastly, these temporary hit points do not go away when you finish a long rest. You can use this feature a number of times equal to proficiency bonus, until you must take a long rest to do so again, unless you expend a spell slot of first level or higher. If I was to balance this in any way, I'd be changing this to half your ranger level or changing this to a second level spell slot. As I was saying before, one of the core mechanics of the game is that there's like a deflector shield, like a personal deflector shield. So that's like the mechanical inspiration behind this. Really good scaling. Because it's number of times plus your, it's your ranger level. So at 20th level, of course, you're getting flat 20. It's a bonus action. Probably should be half your ranger level. That's probably what I would do. But I can be convinced to keep it. We'll see. They don't really have too many other numbers, if I remember correctly. When I say numbers, I mean they don't have too many things that like objectively, like numerically make them better or stronger. So we'll see. Down but determined, their last third level feature. When you would drop to 0 hit points and not killed outright, instead of becoming unconscious, you can instead choose to fall prone and become incapacitated. While in this state, you are still unstable and must make death saving throws following the normal rules. You must remain prone and are incapacitated until you become stable. If you are stabilized in this state, but are still at 0 hit points, you gain 1 hit point. This is more of a flavor thing than anything else, because like I just said, when you die in the game, you don't actually die right away. You can be brought back. Typically, that only happens if you're playing with other people. But, you know, sometimes people are nice. It's a social game. This can be weird because this could actually be bad for you. Because you're still conscious, you might be able to get attacked. But it can be good for other things. Like, you're not unconscious, so they're not auto crits. That's a benefit. Being able to move probably isn't going to be super useful, but can be. And then also being able to just be stabilized and brought back at 1 hit point is actually really good. It basically makes Spare the Dying healing spell for you. And it basically makes if you have a periaptive wound closure, you basically can never die. But you know, you can still die. Moving on to 7th level, I've got Fight or Flight. When you're targeted by attack or making a dexterity saving throw, you can take a reaction to roll to safety until the end of the turn. You gain a +3 this turn. Until this turn, you gain a +3 bonus to your AC and dexterity saving throw. Including against the triggering. The trigger. No, that was right. Including against the trigger. After resolving the attack or dexterity saving throw, you can then move up to 10 feet in a direction without provoking an opportunity attack. I imagine being fight or flight or freeze, where there's a chance you freeze up. Well, I mean, realistically, their next feature is it's kind of a thing about D&D where everything has to be useful. Like there's no like typically there's no negative effects, as we're a hero. That's the idea. But yeah, fight, flight, or freeze is actually correct. I don't know. This is kind of a weird feature because the +3 to your AC is only on the turn you use the roll. So it's like kind of like shield, but it's kind of not like shield. It's like shield for that turn, so it's going to help you against multi-attack. The movement can be useful as well. Theoretically, you could just get out of the rest of the attacks. Originally, I had that 10-foot as like part of the roll, but I thought that'd be kind of weird because you could just automatically succeed by just moving out of like range or AoE, which I thought was like too powerful. So I made it after the roll and then changed the +2 to a +3. I actually have a homebrew spell called Yap, or Yop. It's not Yap, it's Yop from the Darkest Dungeon game. You know the Hellions attack the barbaric Yop, where it's actually Neom. You let out barbaric Yop! Exclamation point. Each creature in a 30-foot cube originating from you must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they are stunned until the end of your next turn. On either a success or failure, their next attack made on you in that minute is made at disadvantage. If your creature is immune to the frightened condition, they are unaffected by the spell. It's a 3rd level bonus action AoE stun, which is actually super good if you're willing to burn the spell slot and they fail to save, because you can stun someone and set up like any other, like if they're stunned, they autofill dex saves. And it is in fact Bard, Druid, Ranger, Warlock, Wizard spell. So you use Barbaric Yop on a group of people. If one of them fails to save, you can hit them with like a big daddy disintegrate, or you could hit the whole crowd with like a fireball. It's good shit. Good shit right there. Anyway, moving on to their 11th level features. They've got See Nothing and they've got Prey or Predator. So See Nothing, because it's a extraction shooter, it's a PvP VE game, there's a lot of like social aspects. Like there's like proximity chat, like you can talk to people. So like lying to people or being lied to is like a big part of the game if people are trying to scum, like fuck with you. So when you make a charisma deception check or a wisdom insight check, you can treat a d20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10. Additionally, you cannot be surprised while you are not unconscious. This is a nice little quality of life thing. And their other 11th level feature, you know the spell Glyph of Warding, and it counts as a ranger spell for you. You can ooh, I just found an oversight. It should say it does not count against the number of spells you know. It should also say that. You can cast a spell once without expending a spell slot or material components, but must finish a long rest to do so again. There's a lot of traps and things you can set in that game because, like I said, it's a PvP VE game. So you can set up defensive traps or you can set up offensive traps. Hence Glyph of Warding. Also being able to cast it once per day for free is really nice. And it's not super game breaking since they're a ranger, since they don't have a bunch of like higher level spells. Yep. What was the language I needed? Doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know. That's what I needed. That's what I need. Doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know. Amazing. And their capstone feature. This is, I don't know if this is underwhelming or what. Augmented preparation, 15th level survivalist feature. Over the course of an hour, you can prepare for the upcoming adventure. You can do this preparation during a short or long rest. Choose one of the following features. You benefit from that feature until you prepare a different one. For those that don't know, you have augmented slots and whatnot. You have an augmentation that you can equip when you go into a raid, which basically affects what items you can use and what your backpack capacity is and stuff like that. So the representation of that mechanically, as well as the fact that you're being able to prepare for like different things depending on what you're planning to do. Looting. You have advantage on wisdom perception checks and intelligence investigation checks, and your carrying capacity, including your maximum load and maximum lift, is doubled. Survivor. You have advantage on Constitution saving throws. If you roll a failure on a death saving throw, you ignore the result. And when you add 0 hit points and regain hit points, you regain additional hit points equal to your ranger level. This is a really strong feature. Con saving throw proficiency just outright is really nice. And the ignoring the death saving throw result is really fun. The idea behind this is the looting Mark III survivor augment in ARCRaiders is normally when you die in ARCRaiders, you either bleed out or someone kills you. But if you have the survivor augment, if you're not moving, you don't bleed out, and you regenerate hit points up to like a threshold, you still stay down, you still stay like knocked, but you don't actually bleed out and die. So that's the idea behind this. You'd still be able to die, you can still get death failures, but if you were to ever roll one, you don't actually, you don't actually mark off it as a failure. You just ignore rolling a failure. Combat. The amount of temporary hit points you gain from your experienced resilience feature is doubled. Additionally, while you have these temporary hit points, you also have resistance to cold, fire, and lightning damage. If you lose this feature, you lose those temporary hit points. And then lastly, tactical. If you've taken a reaction, if you have taken a reaction since the end of your last turn, you can spend a spell slot of first level or higher to take an additional reaction. You cannot use this feature to make more than one reaction on a turn. So the main use of this is being able to use your fight or flight feature multiple times. Of course, you could use any other reactions. The cap scene's underwhelming a bit since it's a choice. You never know what will happen. Use your bonus to switch. What about using your bonus to switch augments? Yeah. You can do it in hours. You can do it over short rests, and I don't feel like thematically it makes sense being able to prepare in a bonus action. Going back to the touchstone of ARCRaiders, you choose your augment when you start like a round, and you can't change it. So if I'm keeping true to the source material, you shouldn't be able to change it on a fly. Once you make your choice, you're stuck with that choice. So what I need to do is I need to make the choices appealing. Plus, like I said, it doesn't really make sense to be able to change preparation on the fly. Some of these are really strong. Like combat and survivor are both really strong, but looting can be super useful, like for like travel or for, you know, if you like in a dungeon, you just need to get out with a bunch of loot. If you're playing like a, you know, kind of like a more traditional dungeon crawler. Tactical, I think, is the most underwhelming, just because actually it doesn't like literally it just gives you the option to expend resources. It doesn't actually let you take additional reactions without wasting a spell slot. But that's a really strong thing potentially. I think currently combat is probably the strongest, just because doubling as it stands 1d10 plus 15, scaling up to 1d10 plus 20 is a big number. I feel like this needs to change, that because if that is how it stands, combat is so useful for combat, of course, but D&D is so combat focused. But all of their features are combat features, more or less. Except for this is a social feature with a combat aspect to it. I could give tactical like a wisdom or intelligence saving throw proficiency. That'd be really good. Because ranger saving throw proficiencies, I believe, are just dex and strength. Strength and dex, yeah. Taking reactions, I know. I don't know. I feel like tactical is the weakest, and I feel like combat's the strongest. Survivor is fun. A con saving throw proficiency could be really good, but yeah, if you don't know what you're going to be doing, combat is always going to be like your default. I mean, it's as it stands, it's a really powerful feature. You gain 51 temporary hit points and resistance to a bunch of damage while you have those temporary hit points. That's a really strong feature, actually. I think this does need to be half your 1d10 plus half your ranger level. Then the first level I think is okay. Proficiency bonus times you can do that, and then you can use your spell slots to use more if you want to. Is it better than False Life? That's the thing. It's False Life is a D4 plus 1, but it's not a bonus action. This is a bonus action. Also not a spell. Also, you get damage resistance. Damage resistance at lower levels isn't going to be that impactful. At higher levels, it's going to be really impactful. Because if you get, for every additional hit that you have the temporary hit points remaining, that resistance is doing a lot of work. So that nerfs that. I almost feel like having it be like 2d6 instead of a 1d10. Or just maybe... Early on, I wanted to be just a little bit more powerful. I could have it be 4d4. That's super wacky. That's more. That is more. Should I have it be 4d4? I kind of like that. It's kind of memey. I kind of like that. So it starts out more, but scales twice as slow. Scales to 5 less, more or less. Because the starting point's lower, but it's... No, 44. I think that's too high. I think 2d6 is actually probably the best. Slightly higher average. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. 44 sounds fun just because of the meme, but you can't do it. I don't think it makes sense. Now, what do we do for their capstone? Tactical needs to get changed. Would it be crazy if I just gave tactical? What if you just got like magic resistance? You would just get advantage against spell effects. Does that make sense though? As far as being tactical? Not really. In ARCRaiders, the tactical branch of augmentations gives you more quick use slots, and then often they have like nifty little unique effects. So like for example, like Tactical Mark II, when your shield gets broken, like a smoke grenade explodes on your person to give you a little bit of cover. Or I guess not cover, concealment. What if I was like, oh, when you lose your temporary hit points? What if I literally just like, oh, when you lose your temporary hit points from experience resilience, fog cloud, the effect of fog cloud happens? That would be so stupid. What are the other tactical? Mark 3 defensive, healing, Mark 3 revival, integrated shield charger. That's This is the smoke one. That's like the most memey. I don't think that would work in 5e. The auto shield charger, we could work with that. I don't know. It probably would feel too much like combat though. Oh, I kind of stole. What about a free spell slot you have prepared, kind of tactical thing? That I kind of did. I like that idea, and I remember now when I was writing this, I had the idea for the tactical thing to allow you to cast your survivalist magic spells for free, but it can't be all of them. I mean, maybe it could be all of them, but that would be really, really strong to be able to get like 5 free spell slots that are specifically for those things, though. I could have it be... I could have it be like you've got like 5 points, 5 spell points that you could use to cast spells from your survivalist thing. But you would just use shield 5 times. And the weird thing for that in particular, I remember why I didn't do it now. I remember why. Because you can change these. So what happens if you change it off and then change it back? Like how's that? How would you mechanically write that so that it doesn't like reset? I kind of yoinked some of the healing thing from shield charger. Would it be too... Would it be too strong? What if it was just whenever you expend a spell slot of 1st level or higher, as part of that action, you can regain, or you can apply your temporary hit points? That'd be too powerful. Might be too powerful. That would be too powerful if it was literally whenever you expended a spell slot. Would it actually though? Would you be using it more? No, I feel like I can't. I feel like I should stay away from the temper hit points if one of the other ones is literally just better temper hit points. This is like a survival / exploration feature. This is like these are like 2 different types of combat features. This would also tactical. Can you be tactical in a pillar of play that's not combat? Socially tactical. What if oh, here's an idea. What if tactical was just like you could like just re-roll things? We could have the reaction thing stay because I think that's a fun idea. And then what if it was just like you could expend something, you could expend a resource. You could do something to reroll a die. Hmm. Or I could do something where it, like, cleanses disadvantage. Here's an idea. I don't know if it would be strong mechanically. If you have advantage and a source would give you disadvantage, you ignore the disadvantage. That way, it incentivizes you getting advantage, and it actually makes it so that you can still get advantage. That's not a terrible idea. I kind of like that. It fits like tactically. Like, it feels tactical, letting it out. What about a spell similar to contingency? Trying to think if there's a way I can have it just be the spell contingency. You can cast contingency. Expending a spell slot. Yeah. The only problem with that is what happens if you lose the... You would lose the contingency spell. The spell effect ends early if you lose this feature. During the rest where you prepare, you can cast contingency as part of that preparation. Yes. Yes. Have it good for an hour, so it's like a time thing. Well, if it wasn't if you couldn't switch these out, yeah, I would just say it would just be the contingency spell for like a day or something. However, the fact that you can swap these out, you should not be able to retain the benefits of one of these, like preparation things, if you prepare in a different way. Feel me? You feel what I'm getting at? And you have to check the verbiage, because I know contingency says the spell ends early if you lose if the material component is not on your person. So is there a way that why can I not contingent. Huh? Oh. Oh. If you cast a spell again, the effect of another contingency spell ends. Also, contingency ends on you if the material component is ever not in your person. Huh. Obviously, a good faith interpretation would be like, "Oh, you just ignore that because there's not a material component used when you cast the spell." Also, contingency ends on you if its material component is not on your person. If I say without material components, not having something that doesn't exist on your person. I don't think I need to specify. You're obviously just trying to break the game if you read into it that way. Cast the contingency spell without components. When you take this feature, or as part of a short or long rest you take. When you have this feature, you can cast the contingency spell without components. You cast contingency in this way. The spell only ends early if you lose this feature. That makes it immune to the spell magic. Which I think I'm okay with in this context. Well, mate, glad I can help with the ideas. Gotta go get my daughter from school. Have a good day, mate. Thanks for stopping by. If you want to, you can join the Patreon for free and get access to the 6 different things I published earlier in this stream. Up to you. See you around. When you cast contingency in this way, the spell ends early if you lose this feature, but not for having the material not having the material, not for losing the material component. But not the material. It's not on your person. The double negative. The double negative. But not for sure. That makes sense. That does make sense. So you can cast contingency multiple times per day, but you still have to expend your spell slots, which you don't have that many of as a ranger. Also, how many ranger spells can only affect your person? I feel like looting needs to be a little bit stronger because it has literally nothing to do with combat. Unless you need to make a perception check in combat. I could have it be something about like ignoring encumbrance. That's kind of what it already does. What are some of the... Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah. Fifth, the capstone feels underwhelming, but when I was writing this up originally, I was like, I shouldn't even look at the PHP ones. I feel like a lot of them are pretty low key. Fey Wanderer, I think it's just extra damage. You can cast Misty Step without expending a spell slot. You can do so a number of times equal to Wisdom modifier minimum 1. You gain all expending use of special long rest addition. Whenever you cast Misty Step, you bring along one willing creature. Okay. I mean, that's not damage. I guess I was thinking of a different one. I was probably thinking of Horizon Walker or Gloomstalker. This is a fun feature. It's essentially just you want to cast Misty Step a couple times for free. Gloomstalker is whenever your creature makes an attack roll against you, it doesn't have advantage. Use your action to impose disadvantage. No resource expended. Don't know why the Gemini thing just popped up. Yeah, I feel like when I read mine, it feels underwhelming, but I think that's just because Ranger is kind of underwhelming mechanically. Like, I think mine's like objectively stronger than a lot of these. Where you take damage, use your action to give yourself resistance to that damage. And teleport. Bonus. Okay, this is a good feature, but it's not like insane. It's weird because it's kind of similar to a reaction teleport. Yeah. Oh, this is wild. You just give your reaction, give yourself resistance to all of that attack's damage on this turn. No resource expended. You just have uncanny dodge. You just have uncanny dodge based. Wait a second. What's the hunter? Can't they get uncanny dodge? Is that at the same level? They just have uncanny. Yo, wizards, my guys. Did you forget about that? I guess it's technically worse. Because instead of having the damage, you just gain resistance to the damage. Uncanny dodge, if you already have resistance, you can have it again, because it's not resistance, you're just having the damage. So it's objectively worse uncanny dodge, which I think is probably good for balance, because Hunter is low-key. What if I just added a line about being able to tell if an item is magical? Like it's like part of detect magic. I think that's that'd be a good way of buffing it. I don't know why I scrolled up like that. I don't know if I want to say like the detect magic spell. Oh, I don't think I realized if you sense magic this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object. I think I'm just going to leave it as is, where you can just sense magical objects from the 30 feet of you. No, I think I have to see, so you can actually see what's magical. Because as this reads... Fuck it. Okay, I think that's significantly more useful and not super broken in any way. I could also, instead of this being doubled, I could have it roll additional dice. As it stands, as a bonus action, let's just say you're at 20th level. You gain 17 temporary hit points, double to 34 temporary hit points. 6 times for free, plus provision, plus bonus action, magic, or literally I can't speak, plus number of spell slots that you want to expend. Yeah, that's really strong. It's not just the temporary hit points, it's resistance to damage while you have those temporary hit points. Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's, if anything, too strong. If anything, this is overtuned, but that's all homebrew is overtuned. I don't think it's overtuned in a broken way though. Okay, well, the real question is, do I want to collate this with some other subclasses and put it in the book? Or do I want to put it out? Clearly it's not, clearly I've got more work to do on it, but I don't even know what other things I could potentially put with it. Things that I've already written. I don't know. I could. I've got the Witch Doctor Druid already written. I could redo the Gambler Roguish archetype. I don't know how those would connect thematically to each other. I've got the College of Cleansing, which I don't think I like. Let's just look at this real quick. I don't think I like this. I think this is something I said like is not good. No bueno. College of Cleansing. Calm Mind. Pokemon move, let's go. Creatures' minds that you give your Bardic Inspiration to are steeled against mental assault. While they have the Bardic Inspiration, they gain a bonus to saving throws against being charmed or frightened. Saving throws to maintain concentration. Bonus is equal to roll of your Bardic Inspiration die. The bonus does not expend exclusive than the bardic inspiration die. There's like anti-synergy there, where they don't want to use their die so that they maintain the bonus. I could have it be 10 minutes. Like you give it to them, and for 10 minutes they get a bonus. And you give a creature a bardic expiration die. You give a creature bardic inspiration. Roll a die equal to your bardic inspiration die. Or when you give a creature bardic inspiration, roll a bardic inspiration. For the next 10 minutes, they gain a bonus against saving throws against being charmed, frightened, or to maintain concentration. This roll does not expend their use of bardic inspiration. So for other bards, typically you expend your bardic inspiration die to do something instead of bardic inspiration. This is kind of, as it's written, is kind of doing that, except for the fact that at any time you can just instead use the bardic inspiration die. Stronger than most other bardic inspiration features, I think. There's also the anti-synergy, which is a balancing, I think. I think it's probably okay as it is, but I'm not sure I like it. Oh, I just realized when I F11, it kind of breaks that. Oh, I had no idea. Why does that change the size of the... Why does it change the size of the window in OBS? What the fuck? Whatever. Oh, I know why. I could they should have said something about that. Third level feature. We learn the Bless and Heroism spells. You cast Bard spells, but don't count against the number of Bard spells you know. Additionally, you cast either of these spells without expending a spell slot. Once you cast either of these spells in this way, can't cast that spell in this way again until you finish a long rest. That's just a good feature. Sound advice, 6th level. You know the perfect thing to say to help others maintain control in a tough situation. As a bonus action, you can enter into a rhythmic chant that lasts for 1 minute. Helps creatures maintain their clear heads. Up to 6 creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you. When you start the chant, gain temporary hit points equal to have your bard level. These temporary hit points last for the duration of the chant. While a creature has temporary hit points from this feature, they've been on attack rolls. Essentially, anytime they roll a death saving throw, treat the result of it. Additionally, anytime they roll a death saving throw, treat the result of the d20. I said 20. Okay. Wild. You must maintain concentration on this chant as if you were concentrating a spell. Additionally, while the chant persists, you can use your bonus action on successive turns. Grant some of the creature to grant the same creatures within 60 feet of you the same temporary hit points. This seems overturned in my opinion, as it sits now. Let's look at some other bard features, shall we? Glamour Bard, it seems similar to their enthralling performance. the advantage on attack rolls and temporary hit points and the pseudo effective aura of life or whatever it's called. Seems pretty strong for 6th level. What's their capstone? Mental Mantle. Your mind is perfectly resilient towards mental assaults, which makes you immune to psychic damage base. Additionally, you're able to partially replicate the ability with some creatures you mentor. After a 1-hour session, you can put up mental barriers. The number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. While creature has one of these mental barriers, the first time it would take psychic damage. That psychic damage is reduced to 0 and the barrier breaks. Their strongest feature is definitely their 6th level feature as it's written. I feel like it would make it more of a capstone if it was you're immune to psychic damage, you're immune to the charmed and frightened conditions. And then this would be the first time they would take psychic damage, first time they were charmed, or first time they were frightened. The barrier is broken and they're not. That'd make it more of a capstone. Becoming immune to charmed and frightened. 14th level. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Monks are pseudo immune to those conditions at what level? I want to say like 6th or 8th level or something. Seventh level. Right in the middle. On average, I was correct. As an action, and what are those effects? Is there any raging barbarians at what level are immune to raging berserkers, I should say? It's like the good thing about, it's like the only good thing about berserker barbarian. Sixth level. Can't be charmed or frightened while raging. Yeah, I don't know. What level does my... Huh. Oh, where's the other one? Charmed and frightened. I don't know if that feels too samey. Does that feel too samey? Trying to think if there's ever a time you'd want to be charmed or frightened. I'm sure there is, but are there spell effects that mind blank? Does mind blank make you immune to being charmed? It must, right? But of course, you could just not cast a spell on yourself. Is there any other class makes you immune to the? I feel like there is. I feel like there's like a warlock or like not a wizard. There's like a. Oh, the paladin aura. Just straight up immune to charmed and frightened, yeah. A 7th level also. Okay, if a paladin can AoE do it, you should be able to temporarily do it. Can you even turn off your paladin aura? I don't think you can. A paladin your face off. So 10th level on, immune to frightened, and then devotion, 7th level immune to charmed, while you're conscious. Ooh. All creatures has one of these mental barriers. The first time they would take psychic damage, or they would be charmed or frightened. They do not, and the barrier breaks. Okay, that's a better capstone. Now, how would we clean up sound advice? It's a bonus action, concentration. See, compared to fucking Twilight Domain, Cleric, or this is like dog water. Oh, you gotta concentrate on giving everyone temporary hit points? Oh, you gotta use your bonus action too? Fucking nerd. I can just give everyone 1,000,000 temporary hit points for free. Advantage on attack rolls. Additionally, anytime roll a death saving throw. So when they have the temporary hit points, though, while a creature has the temporary hit points from this feature, they have advantage on attack rolls. Additionally, anytime they roll death saving throw, be the result. That's not when they have temporary hit points, as it's written. It's just the 6 creatures that you chose originally. You start the chant, gain temporary hit points equal to half your bard level. These temporary hit points last for the duration. The chant. While a creature has temporary hit points, this feature advantage on attack rolls. Additionally, anytime they, who is they referring to? It would be the 6 creatures. Hmm. 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 Oh no. Oh. Oh, we got double hands. Let's go. Hand pog. Get the result of the D20. Should I just make this? Should I just straight up rip that Twilight Domain feature? But just make it half temporary hit points? Hello. Kayach? I don't know how do I say that? Kiat Hornet? Mr. Hornet? I'm currently going over / reworking / pondering what I should do. So earlier this stream I've published like 6 things on Patreon for free if you want to check it out. There's a bunch of like random things. And I had worked off stream on a ARCRaiders themed ranger subclass. I don't know if I want to, I don't know what I want to do with that. I don't know if I want to post that for free or put it together in another book with other subclasses. So I'm looking at some other things that I've previously written, and probably looking at the College of Cleansing, which is a bard subclass. I'm just kind of reworking that. Kia, like the car brand? Kia. Kia. Are the rest of the letters just Kia Atege? Or is it you just don't say it? People just call you Kia, I would assume, just because it's easy. That's why people just call me X, because it's easier than saying X35792. Or at least that's what people say. Yeah, I think what I do is I just change this to the rhythmic chant. Lasts for a minute. So the chant gain temporary hit points equal to half your bard level. I think I take away the but the ATJE is just making it small. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? How does that make that small? When I Google it, it's most commonly refers to a Croatian-based electronic music label. Are you from Croatia? Are you a music label? I feel like I should just rework this entirely. No, I wish. I guess if you're concentrating on it, shouldn't need to be. This should all just happen if you're while you're concentrating on it. After 6 weeks, if your choice within 6 weeks, gain the following. God damn it. In my language, you can ATJE or TJE to basically say a small chair, for example. What language is that? I guess I could just Google search what you said. Dutch? Ah, you're Dutch. Well, are you there now? Cool. Almost bedtime for me? Ah, yeah, it's not bedtime for me. I mean, the good old USA. Good old is, let's, yeah, yeah. 6 creatures of your choice within, 6 creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you. Following benefits. For hit points equal to half your bard level. Let's go. Hey, yo, thanks for the bits. Let's see. Did I actually roll a 20? Nope, I get a nat 1. Well, I should end stream after that, shouldn't I? Fuck. It's Jover. It's all Jover. I have that one as well. If you were transported to the world of D&D with all or all fantasy game and had to make your perfect character as yourself, what would you choose? Interesting. How's it going, Mark? I'm trying to recreate myself or be what I want to be. Because the obvious answer would be like a human. And fuck it. I'll make a deal with the devil. I'll be a human warlock. You telling me with a short rest I could be at full strength? Hell yeah. Oh, that'd be based. Pack magic slots out the wazoo. Both, you can always use any kind of interpretation. I mean, the obvious answer would be like, I want to be like a high elf wizard. Like, I live for a long time and I'm given enough time, I'm practically a god. Like, that's just like, why would I not want to be a wizard? Wizards are objectively the best. Please at me. Please at me. I will defend that till I die. But I'll tell you this, you'll never find me casting Wish to not replicate a spell effect, though. A 33% chance or a 30% chance, I forget which one it is, to like never be able to cast Wish again. Holy moly, no thank you. You are a DM? Currently I'm not running any campaigns, but I'm a DM at heart, yes. And I do a lot of homebrew, mostly just for fun and stuff like that. Like I said, I posted a bunch of things on Patreon today for free. And of course, if you wanted to subscribe or buy things on Patreon, you could. Of course, you just did. You just did, Kia. You just did. But yeah, for real, Mark, if I had any choice in the matter, I'd be like a high elf wizard and just live for, 500 years every time I die because I can cast clone and never die until an extra dimensional being comes out and tells me that I need to be like a not immortal. My main has always been a human cleric. Oh, I once played a Forge Domain Mark of the Sentinel. Human Mark of the Sentinel Forge Domain cleric. That was fun. Forge Domain's really fun. Cleric, any full spellcaster is like a lot of fun. I do 3.5. Yeah, I almost exclusively do 5th edition. I've played a handful of Pathfinder, like one-shots. And I've played Call of Cthulhu, but that's not D&D. I can't type. Never could. I'm struggling with the player who takes the spotlight constantly, and I'm pretty new to DMing, so honestly, I don't know how to handle it. Here's the first question. It's going to be an obvious question. Have you talked to them about it? Have you talked to the other players about it? Because I know in the campaign that I'm currently playing in, one of the people that I'm playing with does not like to be in the spotlight, and that might be the case. And I know, as a player, I try my best, but obviously, because I love D&D so much, I have an infinite number of things I want to do during a session. So it is exactly one of the other players complained about it. Okay. So if it's a problem with other players, of course it needs to be addressed. First step is always talking to the player directly, being an adult about it. Be like, hey, it's been brought to my attention as the game master that sometimes other people get upset that you're constantly doing X, Y, or Z. And you try to be more mindful of that. And then you play. You just have to say like one or two things and see if they adjust. Try to be as nice about it as you can. And if they don't adjust, if you have discussed with them, then it's got to be a lot more specific to like who the individual person is. But D&D is a team sport, so you got to work together. And if people don't want to work together, then yeah, there's no good solutions to having a non-team player. Nothing I suggest is going to be good at that point. It's going to be like kick them out or, do some other harsh things. But you just have to discuss with them and hopefully have them change. It can be as simple as, also, once you discuss with them, if it's like still kind of a problem, but it's a little bit better, there are things you can do as the DM to kind of like redirect the spotlight. I think the partial of the problem is I have 2 experienced players and 2 new players. Yeah. See, that's kind of, yeah. There's also something to be said that people that are new to the game, it's a skill. It's a skill. Being a good player, being a good DM is a skill. Like knowing when to roleplay, knowing when to speak up, knowing when to cut people off, because sometimes you do have to cut people off, because you can't always just wait and be like a passive, like, doormat. Sometimes you gotta, take initiative. So I would say talk to the quote unquote problem player. If you've not, see how that does. Just be like, hey, I've got these 2 new players. I feel like they're not getting as much time in the spotlight. One of them has brought that up to my attention. So can you try to be more mindful of that? And if that individually doesn't work, then you can try to take more proactive steps. And you probably should just do this anyway. Like when you're running the game, trying to redirect the spotlight, like being more active as the DM, initiating a roleplay beat, like you're describing something at the table, or they do their action and you're describing the outcome. Turn it back to them and be like, okay, can you explain to me how your character does this? And give them like narrative control. That's like a really small thing you can do that allows them to roleplay more or more easily. And sometimes people don't want to do that, and sometimes people don't have experience, and it just takes time. Yeah, that's rough. I'm an advocate for like proactive role playing. Like the person, like you as a human, you as a player, not a character, should be thinking about decisions you want to make. Hey, how's it going, Professor? You should be a proactive role player. You should be thinking about what your character's choices and whatnot should be or will be ahead of time, because that helps you flush out the character, helps you take less time at the table. If you give this information to your DM or you hint to your DM, it gives them more things to prep with. Yeah. What are you up to, Professor? I published 6 little things on Patreon today, and there's 2 things that I think you'd appreciate. Literally just got off work. My old ass hurt my back. Oh no. I had to do some landscaping. A dragon? Yes, one of them is a dragon. Let me hold on. Before we go through all of this, Professor, simply because the word Sabaton is used, I think you'd like this. And because you like metal, right? But also, this is pretty metal just to begin with. We got a fire zombie. We'll go over all that again. I went over it, the start of stream and whatnot, but we'll go all of that again. Let me finish what I was writing up here real quick. A brass Sabaton? Too many jokes come to mind. That's the wrong thing. Temporary hit points equal to half your bar level and regain those temporary hit points at the start of their turn. They have advantage. On all attack rolls? And when they roll a death saving throw, choose the result of the d20 as a 20. That's a really strong feature. They just always pop up at 1 hit point. That's a really strong feature. Am I missing a feature? Do bards only have 3 last... Hold on. Do they have a 10th level feature? No? Is it just 3rd, 7th, and 14th? Or not 7th, 3rd, 6th, and 14th? I guess so. One fix I've looked at is to give fighters feet and ASIs on the appropriate levels. What do you mean? Fighters get more feats and ASIs. They get more ASIs / feats than any other class. Take both. The game doesn't give them shit else. That would be so strong. Maybe instead of they already get 2 extra ASIs compared to most other classes. That's really powerful. No, I agree. That's why I did my Marshall manuscripts port thing. I think that's a strong enough feature where we just keep it once per long rest. Also, Warlord ported to 5e. I'm not familiar with everything that Warlord does. Okay. Kia, are you still here? We'll go over quickly all the things I published earlier. Yeah, okay. So, first things first, just because... Oh, here's what we'll do. Warrior Martial class, essentially buff class. You can let allies heal during the fight, add to their AC. Yeah, you've talked about it before. I just have to look at like the mechanical effects, compare 4E fighter to 4E warlord and see. Because I'm not familiar with 4E at all. I don't think most people are. Okay, we... Firegeist, Brass... There were 6 of them I did. Ghosts, and then the prismatic. Yeah. Okay. So, all of these 6 things are live for free right now on Patreon. So, check it out if you are so inclined. Make sure you join the Patreon. See when I release more things. We'll start off. How about this? Professor and Kia, do exclamation point roll 20. No spaces. Whoever gets higher, we'll do the one. We'll do the one first. Ooh, that's gonna be hard to beat. Did I just roll well? There's nobody first. Womp womp. Okay, we'll do it right after. Okay, so basically, the whole concept for these items are, I'll go through a little bit of history. So, I wrote up a magic item for my homebrew campaign like, God, 10 years ago at this point. Watch this nat 20. Oh shit. Fucking nerd. I should ban you just for that. Now should I get plus 12? Oh, obviously. How's it going, Dragon? Hey, feels good, man. So I made this item for my homebrew campaign as like a one-off item. And I had like the backstory. It's like, oh, it's mysterious. It looks ancient. And I like sprinkled in, hinted at more of these different magic items existing. So basically, brass armor. The brass armor is a collection of magic items believed to be part of a greater whole. Each piece is formed from ancient brass, scarred by heat and time, and worked into similar angular designs. No complete set is known to exist, though the surviving pieces imply a full suit of armor. Magic items that belong to a set rarely function in isolation, but the known pieces of the brass armor do. This suggests an unusual strength in their enchantment or in the methods of the method used to create them. These items are often found alone with little or no recorded history. They appear scattered, with no clear connection to one another. Whether this separation is intentional or simply the result of time is unknown. So something that does not exist, as far as I'm aware, in any other homebrew or any other D&D that I've ever seen before, is archetypes. These magic items exist in an archetype. If you've played Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'm sure Magic the Gathering is the same thing. There is text in each of them that reference a greater whole, and as you see, this is what it is. So they're in alphabetical order, because of course they are. We got your brass bracer, a broad angular bracer with pointed accents along the forearm. Its brass surface is warm to the touch, with subtle fire-like patterns etched into the metal. This item is part of the set of magic items known as brass armor. If you are attuned to another brass armor item, attuning this item does not count against your number of attuned items, while you remain attuned to the original. While wearing this brace, you gain the following benefits. The spell save DC of other brass armor items you use increases by 1, your resistance to fire damage, and you can cast Armor of Agathis at 4th level. When you cast a spell in this way, it deals fire damage instead of cold damage. Once you cast Armor of Agathis in this way, you can't do so again until the next dawn. Yeah, and I was talking about this earlier when I was first going over this. The fact that, like, if you wanted to have, like, a bunch of, like, these, like, magic items, you want to use all of them at the same time, it's so oppressive to have to attune to all of them. Like, on a different document, it's called signature items that we'll go over in a couple minutes. Like, one of the items is, like, a ring of power. So the effect of it is basically, oh, it's all of the effects of, like, all of these different magic rings, but it's like one attunement slot. We got the brass gauntlet, heavily angular gauntlet, warm to the touch, yada yada yada. Same text. While you wear this gauntlet, you gain the following benefits. DC of other increases by 1. You can cast Control Flame at will, and as an action, you can cast Finger of Death. When you cast a spell in this way, it deals fire damage instead of necrotic. A humanoid slain by this spell rises at the start of your next turn as a fire geist under your control. Once you cast Finger of Death in this way, you can't do so again. And Fire Geist is a homebrew monster that I wrote up specifically because I had this idea for this magic item, which is basically a super special fire zombie. It don't got a head because it's on fire. It burn real fast, real hot. The brass pauldron, it casts fireball. That's basically all it does. And the brass sabaton, a segmented spiked adorned sabaton with a sharp angular silhouette. Heat stained brass channels faint trails of flame from the soul. Yada yada yada. Same text. Hey, thanks for the follow, Kia. DC of other armor increases by 1. The sabaton functions as winged boots, except its flight is propelled by a jet of flame. And as an action, you can cast Magic Circle centered on yourself. Once you cast Magic Circle with this item, you can't do so again until the next dawn. 40 to 1. So yeah. Then be the brass armor. You can get it right now on the Patreon for free. Yippee! Okay, now for Kia. We've got the Prismatic Dragon. So, unfortunately, because this has to be a one-page thing, it doesn't have to be, but it should be. For, like, ease of access and whatnot. There's not too much flavor text here, besides the implied flavor text of the layer actions and whatnot. We got the stat block for an Ancient Prismatic Dragon. It's a big boy. It's got some of the defenses of, different metallic dragons. It's proficient in a lot of saving throws. It's not kind of a smart cookie. But because it's a prismatic dragon, it's resistant, not immune, to the elemental damage types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, and thunder. Any chances there'll be younger versions available? I could write them up, but for reasons I discussed previously and for reasons I'll touch on here, it'd be hard to I'd have to rework the breath weapon, which I could do. I could just change the breath weapon to just like a spell attack. Or I could just decrease the size and decrease the DC. I got the standard legendary resistance. They got multi-attack with standard frightful presence and whatnot. They do not have elemental damage on their bite, similar to metallic dragons, dissimilar to chromatic dragons. But one of their layer actions changes that. And instead of having an elemental breath weapon, instead of having a gaseous breath weapon, they've got their prismatic breath, where they can exhale prismatic energy in a 90-foot cone, and creatures in that area are under the effect of the prismatic spray spell with a spell save DC of 23, which is potentially very scary for the add-on effects. Damage-wise, it's significantly less than other ancient dragons. However, the secondary effects of prismatic spray with that high of a DC are ultra lethal, being like basically petrified or being banished. Super scary. Or if they roll an 8 on prismatic spray, they take double damage, which puts it, I think, more or less just in line with breath weapon and damage, because it's like 16d6 or something like that for prismatic spray if you roll 2 damage things. Oh, no, 20d6. Okay, so it's still less than like an ancient red dragon's breath weapon as far as damage is concerned. But you can also just choose to not do damage and just choose to restrain them. The legendary actions are very similar to normal dragons, but instead of a wing attack, they got Wings of Brilliance. Instead of it doing damage and knocking them prone, it blinds them as their wings alight with prismatic energy. I've got layer actions written out, and I got regional effects written out. Unfortunately, all of the, like I said, all of the flavor text is implied by the existence of their features. They've got 2 layer actions. They've got an empowering ability, and they've got a attacking ability. The layer emits prismatic energy. The dragon chooses acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder damage for 1 round. While the dragon is in their lair, they have immunity instead of resistance to the chosen damage type, and their melee attacks deal additional 1d8 of the chosen damage type. And a beam of light shines into existence and begins to refract around the lair. The dragon casts Chromatic Orb at 2nd level without components, using Charisma as its spellcasting ability. If it rolls the same number on 2 of the d8s, 2 out of 4, the dragon can cast Chromatic Orb again in the same way, but cannot target the same creature more than once with this layer action. So this is basically the effect of Chromatic Orb and the effect of Chaos Bolt put into one, except it's more likely to bounce because you have to roll the same die value on 2 out of 4 d8s. As you just imagine, like, you can picture it as a breath weapon, you can picture it as whatever you want, but it's light bouncing around like a laser, you know, going from different crystals or whatnot, whatever's in the dragon's lair. They got regional effects. Rainbows are prominently present in the sky, even at night. Colors seem to be over-exaggerated, and daylight lasts hours longer than it should. Magical darkness or spells that reduce the amount of brightness of light fail to do so. The distance of light given off by spells or magical effect is doubled. And this last one is like straight up a Terraria reference. The region is home to prismatic butterflies. The dragon can magically sense when and where one of these butterflies dies. Use the statistics of a pixie for these butterflies. Just a straight up prismatic light swing. One thing I've lived by as DM is flavor is free. Of course, flavor is always free. My DM is allowing me to use a dragon instead of a drake, only if it's a very young dragon. I'll be a ranger drake warden while playing a pink tabaxi, so it kind of seems fitting. You could just pick any elemental dragon and just call it a prismatic dragon. Because without a breath weapon, the only thing that makes this prismatic is the damage resistances, which would be very powerful on like a summon, but it wouldn't be like insane. It wouldn't be broken. What I would do is I would just join the Patreon for free. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Then send your DM this, this monster. Be like, hey, can you homebrew me a Drake version of this? or just ask, hey, can I use this as a reference? I'll write up my own homebrew. Can you approve it? Already joined? Well, I was talking to Kia, but I do appreciate that, Professor. So the other things we went over, other things we published today, besides the brass armor and the prismatic dragon, I probably wouldn't roleplay it as something more than a companion. You can always just say, here's what I would probably do, because I'd be more concerned as balance of the DM at that point. Is I would just like, hey, you can use any Drake, call it a prismatic dragon Drake, and then whenever you finish a long rest, just choose what chromatic color it is for the damage resistance. So it'd be kind of like you get like the mechanical benefit of being able to like have the floating damage type resistance, but like because it'd be too broken to have resistance to like 6 different damage types, just choose ahead of time. We briefly talked about the Fire Geist. It is basically just a fire zombie. Mechanically, it's got some fun lore stuff. I tied it into the Headless Horseman myth because the fire that spouts from the zombie has burned off the zombie's head, the Fire Geist's head. So it is a Headless Horseman if it's astride a skeletal horse. Mechanically, it's got like a Burning Hands-like effect. It's got vulnerability to holy water damage, and it takes damage from running water similar to a vampire. Just like a normal zombie, it has undead fortitude. However, 2 different things that modify this. It's got con saving throw proficiency, and when it succeeds on an undead fortitude save, it explodes with fire because it's a fire boy after all. These are all just variants for ghosts, just like a variant stat block you'd find in the monster manual. Just imagine this green text box is on the same page as the ghost page in the monster manual. And basically we've got an animal version that's stupid but can move fast. We've got a pirate version, a swashbuckling version that can make multiple attacks. And when it hits with its damned cutlass attack, it makes water difficult terrain. We've got a noble ghost, which could be a knight or like an actual noble. It's got turn resistance and a slightly stronger attack. We've got the phantasm, which is a spellcasting ghosty. And we've got the plague visage, which is a ghost that died from a plague. Got an AoE sickening poison thing, and it's got this flavorful thing where it does like a drain life-based attack, plague touch. Target must succeed on takes damage, must succeed on DC 13 saving throw, or its hit point maximum is reduced. The target dies if the reduction is max hit points is to 0, like any other thing. But I have this added in. If a creature's hit point maximum reduction from this attack ends when it finishes a long rest, so it like ends naturally, the DM may rule the creature contracts the plague that caused the ghost's death. Because these are all just for like flavor and fun, you know? And they all need to be generic enough, but specific enough to just be variants of an already existing stat block. That was the idea. And then the other 2 things we did is the Sepulchre Warden, which is a quick sentinel undead that's made of mummy dust. We got the whole Anubis vibe. It's a quick high dex standing leap pack tactics undead, keen hearing and keen smell because it is in fact a warden. It's a sentinel. We've got some lore about it being made of sand and mummy dust. Fun stuff, fun stuff. The last thing we did was signature magic items. The following are magic items designed to be central to the story or world they are in, or the items whether the item allows an antagonist to flourish or is the goal of an adventure. These items are powerful and impactful. They can be the problem, the catalyst, or even the solution. They can elevate a character into something iconic. They can reinforce or even give them and the story identity. So the concept behind these are all items that can make or break a character, can make or break an adventure. Like they are the MacGuffin item, or they are the item that gives the villain the ability to do his villainous deeds. When I was coming up with that idea, I called upon I don't know if it was the sole inspiration, but it was like thinking of in Full Metal Alchemist, that one priest dude that has his faux philosopher stone that basically just lets him cast like a lesser wish at will, essentially. Or an infinite number of video game bosses that just have like the one magic item that's like powering them up that lets them like cast a bunch of spells and stuff like that. That's the vague idea behind this. So we got the Banner of Command, +3 bonus. It's a +3 spear, but more importantly, you can take an action to grant benefit to creatures of your choice within 120 feet. An infinite number of creatures within 120 feet. The next 10 minutes, while they remain at 120 feet, they gain the following benefits. They're immune to the frightened condition. They get 10 temporary hit points, and weapon attacks, non-magical weapon attacks, are +2 weapon attacks. Which, if you think about this from like a world building standpoint, you put this in a fucking regiment, and holy shit. Like let's look at like a normal guard stab block. So you're essentially doubling their hit points. You're almost doubling their 2 hit, and you're giving them 33% more damage. And a whole army of them. Of course, I talked about this briefly earlier, the Ring of Power. There are 6 of these. I've given them names just for, flavor reasons. The ring functions as a ring of regeneration, a ring of protection, a ring of spell storing, and a ring of telekinesis. And in addition, each ring increases 1 ability score by 2. Triple as. The Rod of Disintegration. Do I need to explain what that does? It lets you cast Disintegrate multiple times. Additionally, it also makes Disintegrate more effective against non-creature targets. So you can blow bigger holes into walls, or bigger holes into, magic forces of magical creation. And then, last but not least, we've got the Warp Staff. You can basically teleport for free a shit ton. It also makes teleport more effective. You're less likely to fuck up with your teleports if you are less familiar with the area. Shrimple as. You can get all of these documents for free on Patreon. Okay, I'm gonna hit the bathroom and get some more water. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Oh, shit. I left my cup over here. Okay. Cup is a necessity. True. You never leave home without a cup. Obviously. Oh. Okay, I need a mental break. We're gonna scroll. We're gonna scroll over here. Do owl bears have nipples? Wow. A lot of comments on this. What's asking the real questions here? I'll one up yet. Do owl bears have cloaca? They lay eggs, is that actually true? Is it to lay an egg? Do you actually need a cloaca? I would say no. At least they probably don't have functioning ones. Oh, yeah. I have a vague notion of a one-shot that I want to write up. We can start making maps for that. That's also kind of mindless. See, you can never Google search this. They do have cloaca? Damn. Is cloaca defined by... Is it like an organ that that lays eggs? Because if so, then it's tautological. Wow, thanks, Amazon. The Death Dome Battle Pit Arena. Hold on, let's close all these. So what you're saying is a mouth is a cloaca. That's what you're saying. Human mouths are a cloaca. That's what you're saying. There's multiple tracks that it connects to. It's the terminal end? Sure. Now that I hit you with the truth bomb, now you go add more things. Are those turkeys? You asked Chat GED. Wait, is that actually a real thing? Is there a LLM that's called Chat GED? That's fucking hilarious if that's the case. Okay, this sword is fucking massive. What the fuck? But having dealt with the damn thing and what people think they can do with it, I've started calling it that. Yeah, I mean, it's a useful tool. I've definitely used it. To great effect, I would say. Spider goblins. Goblins, I don't like them. I'm starting to lose my voice, I feel like. Start using the screwdriver to hammer and nails. Yeah, true. Very true. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. Based. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually chaotic good. Memes aside. Avenge the innocent. If you die, all your allies gain advantage on attacks for a number of rounds equal to your level. You may die, but that's a sacrifice we are willing to make. I believe that's what people typically call chaotic stupid. It works for both chaotic evil and chaotic good. Because if they're chaotic stupid, they're the same thing. Blade Singer Oriented Magic Item Review. I should zoom in so you guys can see this better. Hello, I'm playing a Blazing Wizard in a homebrew world campaign. Our DM is open to some custom items, so try to come up with something more suitable for my character than the default Grimoire +2. I mean, I'll take that. Open to feedback if this item would be too powerful, and maybe some ideas on how to design its progression through the campaign. Hilt from an ancient sword with a broken blade, forged from dark metal covered in unknown runes. This sword was gifted to an elven warrior mage by one of the gods, and when the elves started the war, it was broken and lost part of its power. But even what remains cannot be replicated by modern artisans. The hilt is a magical focus, following properties, +2 spell attack rolls and spell save DC, +2 attack and damage rolls of Shadow Blade if it is cast through the hilt. Yeah, I mean, I think that's essentially the Grimoire, isn't it? Okay, I've already had like 2.5 cups of coffee and soda, but I want more coffee. What do I do? What do I do? Coffee is tasty. I do love coffee. I should get decaf. Because like half the time I'm drinking coffee, it's for the taste, if I'm being honest. Or it's just like to sip on something that's not water. Okay. Arcane Grimoire. It is just the +2 thing that he had, right? Yeah. So instead of getting a spell slot back, so I'm getting one first level spell slot back or a +1 to another spell slot up to level 5, you're getting +2 to Shadow Blade. I mean, it's particularly strong on a... It's particularly strong on a Blade Singer, but like it's not like game breaking. I didn't even realize that there was only one of the effects at a time. I think it's... I mean, this is clearly just an effect for his specific character. Like, it's something that he wants to do himself. Like, he wants to use Shadow Blade a lot. If it's switching between it, I don't know why anyone would say it's not balanced. The Dovahkiin. Why is this not just a fighter or Draconic Soul? Why not? Why not, you stupid bastard? Interesting. The subclasses change the class that deeply. I kind of like that from like a gameplay design standpoint. I conceptually I hate the idea of new classes though, because there's already a bunch of overlap in between all of the classes. Chamber of the AI Lord. Cute. I don't dislike making new classes per se, but 99% of them are just overpowered crap. I mean, like, I'd say 75% of homebrew is overpowered. 20%, no, it's probably like 60% overpowered. 20% is like underpowered. 5% is like not homebrew, it already exists in a different form. And then the other 5% is like perfectly balanced. You need a nat 20 to make things correctly. Pocket sand. Actually, unironically, this would be a good adventuring gear item. You can make a ranged attack. Should it be a ranged attack or should it just be a melee attack? It should be an improvised melee attack. Even though you're throwing something, it should still be considered a melee attack. Or is it's still like You're throwing it as much as you're throwing a punch, essentially. You think the vast majority of homebrew classes are better used as subclasses? That's what I was getting at. I was saying, like, basically, there's so much overlap with classes already that they already cover everything, or like almost everything conceptually. Path of the Heavy Archer Barbarian. Hey, I've written something like this before. Let's look at it. Oh, it's 5.5? Hmm. Okay. Nope, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. When do I, as a DM, show mercy? Set up a situation where the party of 5 has to free as many people as possible. I made it very clear that most of the people were under some sort of mind control. Long story short, they free about 8 people, total 20. And one of the PCs lost his patience and started the fight with a big bad and 10 mind-controlled half-orcs who are all capable of fighting. This is a level 5 party. If you need any more information, I'm glad to give it. My main concern is they cannot win currently. The big bad is a level 5 or 6 CR creature I made. It's going to be fairly strong. The 10 mind-controlled half-orcs are a mix of guard and night stat blocks. I mean, here's a really rough situation because is it a forced error? Were you as the DM, or was the bad guy, the BBG or whatnot, were they trying to provoke them into losing their patience, or did the player lose patience because of something at the table / they were getting bored or whatnot? If it's the latter, you should pull some of your punches because that's a problem with the game itself. If it's the former, why pull any punches? Stress of them as a fight they cannot win. If they're smart enough, they'll run. Yeah. There's that. The only time the enemy should be that strong is if they encountered by them making bad decisions with the knowledge of said dangers. Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. Like, the PC lost his patience and started the fight. Like, if I am inside the throne room of a king as like a level like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 character party, and the king is like calls me like a stupid peasant, and I draw my sword, even if I don't physically attack the king, if I do anything like that where I'm like provoking violence, especially if I literally do attack, like, sorry man, you're in a fucking throne room of a king. You attacked the crown. You're surrounded by, the best knights in the entire kingdom, and 30 courtiers, potentially 30 courtesans, like 30 courtiers and like any of their guards and whatnot. Like, of course you're going to get attacked by every single last one of them. Like, did you not think that was going to happen? Why did you not? Why on God's green earth would you think that, starting this fight was a good idea? And if you started the fight knowing it wasn't a good idea, well then, okay, that's cool. But that's the story you chose to tell. You chose to tell the story of an extreme underdog who's almost certainly going to die. And that's okay. Like, you can throw your life away. That's part of the story potentially, but like, don't get mad at me about it. Exactly. Exactly. If they're new, I'd say let them get fucked up and throw them in prison. Yeah, there's always that idea. Like nothing, it doesn't. You never actually have to kill the players, but if sometimes it feels bad. Like it feels unsatisfying. Like what I in my homebrew campaign, something that I like. One of the things when I think back is like, oh, this I shouldn't have done this, or it should have been different. Is it was the time where a party was, in these mines because they heard there was like some like kobolds in the mines. So they wanted to like clear out the kobolds, do a generic job or whatnot. Little did they know that in the center of these kobolds, caves was like a dormant volcano, and sleeping inside the dormant volcano was an ancient red dragon from like a previous era. And because story and plot contrivances and everything, they showed up just in time for the ancient red dragon to appear, because that's how stories work. And um the ancient dragon pops its head out and starts like looking around, and of course a fight breaks loose because the dragon sees them. um or rather, I don't exactly remember if because I don't think the dragon necessarily attacked first, because the dragon's just like woke up from like 1,000 year slumber or whatever, longer than that actually, I think, and doesn't like have any like care in the world about the kobolds that were like worshiping it or whatever, nor the players or anything like that. But of course the kobolds and the players start fighting. And it was my full intentions, like, hey, once the dragon, I mean, he just woke up. Once he takes like X amount of damage, he's gonna just fly out of the volcano and leave. But of course, half the party was like scrambling and running, and half the party was like stood their ground and fought. And like only I think one of the players actually even attacked the dragon. So of course, after like 2 rounds of the dragon being almost untouched, it was able to like basically wipe the party. And it was never my intention for the dragon to kill them or anything like that. And the dragon, like I said, just wanted to like fuck off because it just woke up. And it's like basically doesn't have like a horde or anything. It's go find like a new lair. So yeah. So the dragon was like basically just like robbed them of like their magic items and flew away, which I felt was dissatisfying. I'm trying to think what level they were at the time. I think they were like level 10, 11 or something like that. 10, 11, 12. Well, that's the thing. They never ended up doing that amount of damage. Like, yeah. But they ended up getting the final laugh on that dragon. But they ended up having to go kill the dragon again. Because a particular character was like, hey, I don't want dragons to exist in this, general area. Go kill that dragon. So they ended up going back and killing the dragon, reclaiming any of their things that they wanted and whatnot. That was later on. Yeah. Trying to think if I should have just had them knocked and just rolled death saves. Probably. I probably should just let them roll death saves and just whoever survived, survived. That would have been more satisfying, but they would have been upset. I mean, they were upset because, like, how are we supposed to kill an ancient red dragon? Well, you weren't supposed to kill it. Yeah. Yeah. What's the AC of an ancient red dragon? $22. Yeah, that was part of the reason why. Frightful presence, so disadvantage on attacks, and then the high AC. Lol, give them magic items. Yeah. I mean, I think I only took one magic item from each of them. Or something like that. I don't exactly remember. I think I took like I think I took literally all of their gold pieces. And then whatever magic items were like prominently on their person. The dragon also claimed them as slaves, but, you know, didn't actually take them anywhere. He was like, hey, you guys are mine now. Of course, that didn't matter for fuck all. What I should have done is if the dragon should have come back and if they refused to save them, that's when the real fight should have happened. They were more trouble than they were worth. Well, yeah, because like unironically, because they're if they're dead, they're literally dead. But it's not like the dragon's just like gonna take some like random people he just found to wherever he decides his new lair is gonna be. Easter egg hunt. Let's go. Wait, when's Easter? It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday, I'll tell you that. April 5th. Is it the first Sunday of April? Is that next weekend? Yeah, that's what I thought. Dude. Jelly beans? Jelly beans are good. Actually, hold on. I feel like I might need to order some sugar-free jelly beans and test them out before Easter comes. Because if I get them Easter Day and I don't like them, I'd be sad. Cadbury eggs? I don't think I've honestly ever had a Cadbury egg. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a Cadbury egg. Nor a Cadbury surprise or whatever they're called. Jelly Belly has sugar-free jelly beans. I don't think I like Jelly Belly traditionally. It's like a weird thing where like certain candy, like certain like jelly candies are like waxy or anything like that. I hate that. I'm pretty hungry. Pretty hungry. I dig Jelly Belly. I'd rather have some gummy bears or something similar. Yo, what's this? Herald of the Storms? Some cool looking art. Without looking at it too much, it looks like a mechanical mix of the it's like an air elemental version of like a of the Leviathan. It's a big AoE, but instead of like a wave, it's a AoE cloud. Regenerative Siphon. First level necromancy erection. You take when you see a creature within range, regain hit points. It's an interesting trigger. I kind of like that. You harvest the regenerative properties of magic from creature trying to heal in your presence. Target's total healing is reduced by 2d8. This amount is halved if the target succeeds in a constitution throw, and you regain hit points equal to the amount healing denied. That's a fun mechanic. I like that. That's a good spell. I like that spell idea. For 5th edition, this feels really strong though. It's also self-healing, which makes it, I guess, less strong. I feel like it should be 2nd level. Just because it's reaction healing. 2nd level, same number of dice. The reaction healing / healing denial. I feel like you're using it more for the denial than you're actually using it for the healing, but the healing is nice. I feel like almost it should, if it's 1st level, you shouldn't. I feel like keeping it 1st level, but then removing the you regain hit points. Just that reduces hit points. I think that would be good. Because there are cantrips. There is a cantrip that when you hit a creature, they just can't regain hit points. Like Chill Touch, right? Or is it called Chill Touch? Is that the right spell? Can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. Yeah. I just realized you could dispel magic this. Be funky, but you could do it. That'd be really funky. Ooh. Is that with all necrotic damage? No. This is a unique effect of this spell. There are other spells, other necromancy spells that have similar effects. But the cannot regain hit points until the start of your next turn is not just a rider effect baked into necrotic damage. It's specific to whatever spell says it. That's a fun idea. Player doesn't want to play dolls. Sad face. I'm a first-time DM. I prepared so much about my campaign, took inspiration from novels I've read, folklore from my home country, and various supernatural stuff. Me and my dad went to chuck our rubbish. And there I saw a dollhouse. Bright pink and purple parts are missing, but it's perfect. Painted black, turned into a haunted mansion for my players to interact with. Game night arrived. It is a new table, new players. I asked to be the DM since other tables are full. I asked them for some triggers like spiders. This is a horror-based campaign. One guy was chill at first, but didn't seem into it. He came with his partner, who was the one interested in playing. We were making stall talk before the game. When he asked if I 3D printed the house, I told him it was a pink dollhouse I found at the tip. I don't know what that means. I repainted it. He did this smirked disgust face and said, "I'm not playing dolls with another guy," then proceeded to get up and leave. I mean, it sounds like the guy just wanted an excuse to leave. Okay. This sounds dubious. 1 second, please. Yo! You ever just click on people's... You ever just click on people's profiles on Reddit and you just... Let's just say the first post I see that's not about D&D is about not D&D. Let's just put it that way. Real life news is crushing my imagination. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. The villainous plot I wrote are nothing compared to the real world, and my imagination is fried. I want to abandon much of what I've done. I've given my players multiple bad guys to deal with, but its villains try taking over the world, empire stealing land, profiteers trying to start a war, and too much of that reflects real world problems. To those DMs slamming up against the this writer block, what do you do? They're as old as time. Try compartmentalizing. There we are. How about a dragon or two? Less political motivations in your enemies. See, the funny thing, Professor, is I clicked on that guy's profile because I was like, this sounds like this might be like my home table, or this might be my DM. And then I'm pretty sure it's not my DM. If it is my DM, well, let's just say it's pretty interesting. Prevent forest fire. Kill the fucking wizard. There's already the Oath of Ancients Paladin, but I was just thinking to myself, what if there was a Paladin aura? Or I guess it could be a Druid. It would be a Druid-like feature that like just prevented like objects from like catching fire, or like objects not being water carried from taking damage, or stuff like that. Like it just prevents like additional harm. That'd be interesting. I don't know how that would make sense. It'd be really weird to balance. Panera bread. I've not had Panera bread in a fucking decade. I think I'm just hungry. How to stop a hag transition. Hello, I'm brewing up a hag-centric campaign. I'm a little short on inspiration. Part of the plot so far is that almost 13 years ago, a coven stole three newborns and made them into changelings before returning them to their family to make a new coven that current one can control from day one. I'd like to give my players the opportunity to save the girls, but just killing the coven doesn't seem like enough. Thinking some kind of high power, remove curse, greater restoration, wish. You come up with like certain mechanics for a specific ritual of like remove curse. Perhaps a ritual involving a number of items being combined from willing participants of a pure nature. Unicorn offering. Yep. That's kind of like the last thing I just thought of. Can offer access to progesterone. Is that what I think it is? Feels weird. It's garbage now ever since they changed the name in St. Louis Bread Company to Panera. It's been shit. What? I didn't even realize it was from St. Louis. Did you know that Panera Bread and Chipotle are owned by the same people? And the white meat goes to Panera and the dark meat goes to Chipotle. The thigh meat. The breasts go to Panera and the thigh meat goes to... Why am I so hungry? I mean, I know why I'm so hungry, but why am I so hungry now? God damn it. I almost, I don't know. Dark meat is probably thigh meat, because I don't think I really, unless I'm eating like wings, but like fried chicken basically doesn't count. I'm a thigh and breast type of guy for fried chicken, but I feel like that's everyone. Like everyone, those are the big pieces. I might. God damn it! Why am I? Oh, I need food. I might go grab a snack. I don't know. I've done a bunch of D&D stuff today. I don't know what else I'm going to go over or do. Okay. Let's see. I don't have any more mental effort to put in today. So either we keep doing what we're doing right now. What's a good reward? So it's a stupid question. Experience points. Tables to everybody's kind of, yeah, just. I don't like it when people ask questions that are, I don't know. I imagine, here's the thing. I imagine the question is like, oh, never mind. I was gonna say, I imagine the question is like, instead of like these things, what would be a better idea? But no, it's not. It's just like what's too much or what's a good amount, and that's just use your resources. Just use the DMG. Cute. I like that. It's made for newbies, I suppose. I suppose. I'd almost be. I'd almost rather not be. I'd just be like the generic D&D subreddit because that's kind of like a niche subreddit. Like I don't. How many people are even in this? Oh, okay, way more than I thought. Never mind. I was thinking this was like a 10K subreddit. Okay, I don't know if this is intentional. These like, you call those thigh high? Are they stockings or are those boots? I don't know, but they almost look like they're like fur. You know, they almost look like they're made to look like they're Actually, maybe they are. I think they are made to look like they're like satyr like legs, like fur covered legs. A friend of mine is going to DM his first campaign ever in a couple of days. This is the premise and party. The idea of the campaign is simple. It doesn't really have any deep lore, nor do I expect so from him. It's just me and two friends fighting aliens in different biomes because the aliens want to take over the planet. The usual shenanigans, but somehow we ended with a pretty funny party. I'll call the other two friends players R and D. And I play a human artificer who's a biologist that wants to study aliens, even though they want to kill us. R is an alien wizard who rebelled against his own kin and joined the humans because he wants to study humans. And finally, D is a divine soul sorcerer. Husky. Yeah, he's a dog. My headcanon is that we found him in the streets behind a church or something. Anyway, I can't wait to see how he's going to do. I'll try and help as much as possible. Either way, this is going to be fun. This is a wholesome post. I like this. I've talked about playing like a dog before. Like my idea was play a like a Beastmaster Ranger, but for all intents and purposes, the beast was like the character, you know, like I had roleplay the beast or whatever. I think Ain called me a furry for saying that. It was just a roleplay idea. Can we not have a literal picture of your fucking... Can I... Why did anyone upvote this? Why would you upvote this and not comment? This is rage bait. 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 That's rage bait. I'm getting rage baited. I'm baited. I'm raging. D&D players about their neighbors. Dinkelberg invented Pathfinder. That's canon. Idea for a wizard branching into a warlock. Why would you need an idea for that? That's just triple S. Hello, I'm looking for a way to incorporate a warlock to my current wizard build. I'm level 7, Order of Scribes wizard. Long story short, I had to sell my soul in order to save the party from a TBK. The fiend I sold it to is homebrew, and the DM and I are working on the exact details of the contract. I'd like this deal to have some thematic changes to my character, but I'm really enjoying who he is. You don't really want to full respec. Some backstory of my character to help him out with ideas. Juniper Pines is an extremely aged Haragon wizard. He's tenured as a professor at the Mage Academy and a retired archmage. Level 7 retired archmage. Okay, buddy. He suffered from advanced memory loss. Okay, there we are. How he has his background and still started from level 3 wizard. So the campaign, it's been teased that I was a servant of a high-ranking fiend, and he has something to do with memory loss. Considering the wizard and warlock clash. What? I'm in need of ideas to make the two mix well. Why? I don't know why. I actually lost my train of thought. Yeah. If you don't want a bot class, don't. If you must have a mechanical representation, use something like a feat. You could rework Shadow Touch or use Eldritch Adept, or use Magic Initiate, or even come up with some other type of boon. Hell, you could even take specific spells that are fiendish. Maybe the DM allows you to choose a few Warlock spells. Never know. You must make your Manifest Mind look like an imp now. Wait, what level do you get Manifest Mind? Six. Okay, good. Good. Good, 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 good. Also, I'm assuming Devil, because they're making a deal. But I guess it could be a demon. Okay, well, I feel like... Not really. I don't know. Holy shit. You're a god gamer. God gamer alert. Actual god gamer alert. I don't know, what should I do, Professor? This is kind of me. I'm in a weird spot of wanting to play a game but not really wanting to start anything. You know what's a game that once you start you can never stop? Old school RuneScape. Do it. Classic fantasy RPG. Infinite content. Slay the Spire 2. I have seen some Slay the Spire 2. It looks like it'd be relatively fun. I'm probably not gonna get it though. I don't typically buy games that often. ARCRaiders. Oh yeah, I was working on an ARCRaiders. Have you played ARCRaiders? Working on an ARCRaiders subclass for Ranger. Battlefield 6? Oh yeah, because the multiplayer is free. That's why I have that. Yeah, it's the first extraction shooter I've played. It's fun. Because I was like away for like 2 weeks. I like stopped playing it and I've not really gotten super back into it. I've not really played it with It's definitely more fun with other people. I've not played with anyone yet since I got back. I could do some map work, but I really just feel like chilling out. I don't know what I would do on anything. Like, I don't have any goals currently in old school RuneScape, so there's nothing I could work towards passively there. I did actually. I worked on, like I said, I worked on a decent bit. I published what, like 6 things today. Okay, let's go look at our library once again. Yeah. I think I'm just hanging out. Oh, what to do, what to do, what to do. Have anything on my desktop that's not on Steam? Kind of, but not really. Bum 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 ba-do. Okay, Professor. This is your job right now. Tell me what to do. If not, it's all Jover. You have control. You've got the reins. I threw on After Ink Revival because I can play it absentmindedly. Think about hitting the couch and playing on the Switch. When sunset? Oh, are you watching The Pit? Have you seen The Pit? New episode tonight. Sunset's in 20 minutes for me. It's a good show. I haven't. I need to. Season 1 is like a lot better than season 2, but season 2 is not bad. Season 1's pretty good. Wait, do you have the 4 ebooks? I have the first PHP and the first DMG. Pretty sure I have most of it in PDF. PDF? That's illegal. Don't worry. Whole executive branch is illegal. The inexorable forces of fate. Inexorable? Inexorable. Randy Johnson wanting to not kill a bird with a baseball. Aww. Exorable. Exe or able. A .exe file. Bro, do I look like I got money for a Lincoln? Come on. I feel bad for you. I don't think Wizards of the Coast should remove maneuvers from base fighter. Wait, what? Did 5.5 take away maneuvers from fighters? I thought that was the thing that they all got. Oh, did they? Oh. Oh, that's sad. The more you know. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, any previous edition players, definitely not. But new players, yeah. I mean, that's like the trend of everything that gets popular is they make it more and more like easier to approach, but like you get rid of the things that make it fun. Like that's like the biggest problem I have with like Fallout 4 is that it's not a role-playing game anymore. Like there's no skills. You just every time you level up, you just get a perk point. And half of them don't actually do anything / unlock any content. And unironically, the best parts about Fallout 4 were like the very small times where your skills actually did things. When I say did things, I mean like affected the story. Or like the one quest line where you could actually roleplay as like a cartoon character. You sacrifice old players for new ones. You give yourself an expiration date. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the Silver Shroud was the one that was like talking about. An intellect devourer. Harry the intellect devourer. I have a couple of other monster ideas. I don't know why I'm burnt out. I mean, I know why I'm burnt out. I don't know why I'm burnt out. Oh, I want to keep streaming, but I don't know what to do. Which probably should just mean I should end stream. But I know I shouldn't. If only there was a video game I wanted to play. I should just do it. Even though I don't want to play it, I should just play a game. See, there's nothing more enjoyable for me than like watching a YouTube video and like making homebrew, but I can't do that while I'm live because that would be stealing. That would be thief. Okay. Fuck it. Thefurgy. Let's see how this goes. Oh, I have to update. Okay, we're not doing that then. Okay. Just gonna do that. We're launching ARCRaiders. We'll see how this goes. Thing is, I'm like not gonna do anything fun because I don't want to die. We'll see. We'll just see what happens. Is the game launching? What's going on here? Okay, there we go. Okay. It's been a hot second since I played this game on stream. So just see how it runs real quick.
One more thing. It can be hard to hear the tremors over all the petty squabbling.
Why is it taking so long to get into the practice range? Okay, there we go. Okay, it seems to be running relatively okay. Okay, that's fine. It's gonna be worse in an actual game. The frame time is bad sometimes when I'm streaming, which is annoying. Because all the muscle memory is wrong. Okay, what are we gonna do?
The kids around here just kick the.
We need gyros. We need leaper pulse units. We need bastion cells. Just need money for this. Let's just, oh, you know what? Let's not play Stella on stream. That sounds like a good idea. Let's not play Stella on stream. Let's do some questing.
If you encounter any... It can be hard to hear.
The kids around here just kick the casings into the vents as hard as they can.
Have you checked out that collapsed highway yet? The way they used to make the ground tremble when they walked. I'll never forget it.
What can I help you with? Need a quick repair job? A checkup? Maybe a few miracle cures? Just name it.
Sure, all of the above.
What do you think of my medical setup? Pretty fancy, ain't it?
Sure thing, boss. Sure thing, boss. Honestly, Rattler's not that bad nowadays. Rattler's kind of cool. I'm good with the Rattler. I like it. Go with a cheapo loadout. Do I not have normal bandages? Can I make normal bandages? Can. Fuck it. We're doing quests, like I said. We're just having a grand old time. I don't have chemicals? What the fuck? What the fuck? Actually, no, we'll do that later. Just a nice little casual run through Dam. Nothing to see here. Wait, what what extraction shooters have you played before? Because the only one I really knew about is Escape from Tarkov. I guess there's like the duck version of that game. Were there any other extraction shooters before Escape from Tarkov? I'm sure there probably was one. But not that I know of. Rainbow Six, whatever. Oh, wait, there was a Rainbow Six extraction shooter? Wild.
Let's go to water treatment control.
See, my problem is I'm actually a nice guy.
Speaking. Be on your guard, Raider. Even a Baron's decayed husk can still hurt you.
Oh, do I need a harvest from a Baron? I do need Leaper Pulse units, but I did not bring stuff to kill Leapers. Really? What? I'm so surprised that I got hit by that while I was rolling. I need a deflated football, so could go up there. I forget what it's called. Research admin. Okay. Let's go with research admin. Get a football real quick. Now, is that against a player? I'm in relatively peaceful queues, I think. So much so that I'm not terrified. We'll see, though.
Hey there!
Hello.
You wouldn't happen to have any deflated footballs, would you?
I do not. I'll let you know if I find one.
Okay.
Do you need the Jolt Mine blueprint?
I don't know.
Here, let me check right now.
I do not.
Alright.
Thank you for offering, though.
I'll look for those footballs.
Yeah, we're in old man queues. I think I had no laser. I didn't see it till I heard it. Okay, we're gonna go over to water treatment. Hopefully there's unloaded lockers. Oh shit. Trials exist. I don't know if there's any lockers down here. I don't think there are. Ah, shit. There's 2 field crates. You know what? Someone's finding the leaper. Could try to go take some of that. There's another fuel crate right here. Typically it's not worth it, but I only came with 1 weapon, so if I could get a second weapon for free, probably worth it. Or if I got some grenades, I could go help kill the leaper. That could be pretty swell. Pretty swell indeed. Well, that's nice, but everything else is dog water. Is it worth it using an adrenaline right now? Fuck it. I think it's dead. I think it's dead for real, for real. Yeah, kind of wild, actually. Don't mind me, sir.
Brother. What's up?
Not much. Mushrooms. There's no way this isn't looted. I suppose could still be shit though. How are people not taking the springs? I could wait for the Leaper to respawn. I could evac. I could run over to where I need to go for the quest, but that's so far away. Actually, it's not that far away.
That location.
Oh, someone just flared. You okay, mister? Mister, what happened?
I just did the quest.
Did someone just kill you?
No, it was a Hornet.
Oh, okay.
My computer was messed up. Do you have a deep? I got a defib. I'll trade you.
I do not, but there's a bandage.
Sweet.
I'll escort you there.
Alright, cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Wait, this guy, do you have a defib?
No, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Cool. I'll drop as soon as I get. Oh, I can't drop anything for you. Yeah, my computer glitched, and Hornet just took me out.
Yeah. They're hacking. The Arc is hacking us.
Before you bleed out.
I got a little bit more than half.
I'm stabilizing him.
He's cutting me.
Hey, don't shoot!
Oh, you know what? Just because you said that, I won't.
Anybody? You have a defib?
Keep crawling.
How much? I appreciate it, guys.
It's a minute 20 on here.
Yeah, go ahead. You can push the button. I should get there by.
I don't know about that.
Oh crap!
Okay.
Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. And we do this. We got the #1 medic team.
Thanks.
Oh, can you imagine? It closes right at the last second.
No, you got plenty of time.
That'd be terrible.
Oh, you guys are awesome, man. Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm not going though. You guys have fun.
All right, thanks, guys.
If I die now, well, these have not been looted. Why, hello, sir.
Yo, yo.
Okay, now what if there was just a football right nearby?
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Holy shit. Wait, there actually might be a football nearby. I didn't realize that this was a thing. Wait. That's the thing I already have. Where's the football at? What the fuck? I just cheated. Hardcore. Okay, let's get out of here. Wait, did they add that? Is that always a thing? That's crazy, chat. That's what I would say. Up, 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 up. Let's keep beeping. I thought they stopped beeping once. You know, once they were broken open. Why, hello, good sir. Did you know there's a hornet right here? Oh, there's more than a hornet. There's a fucking firefly. Wait, if you don't mind waiting for me, there's a weapon case up here. If you don't feel like waiting, you know, that's okay too.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Ah! Okay, I'm good to go if you guys are.
Good to go.
Okay.
You guys are a little jumpy. Why are you so jumpy? Almost like you don't trust me. Do they really not trust me? Is that true? A league of our own.
Face of-
Okay. What are we looking at? Yeah. Firecrackers? I didn't realize I could sell those. Hmm. I have a survivor. It's only 5 more. It's less inventory slots? God damn. God damn. Oh wait, you can make this without a blueprint. I don't think I realized that. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. I just know as soon as I bring in the anvil, it's gonna be got. Yeah, we'll bring the half broken anvil. Do I bring Granada? No, but I think this is what we do. Let's kick it. Fireball. Let's go. Oh god, I can't wait to get shot. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh shit, we got a good spawn. I'll loot this stuff on the return. God damn it. Can I please? Somebody already inside there? So, dog water. This is so shitty so far. Okay. That's somewhat better, maybe?
I need to get in there. Kind of excessive, don't you think?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. Is this the world it's coming to? Will you break into a man's fortress? You really just gonna break into a man's house like that?
Yeah.
Head home at the Baron's hatch.
Sadly, no augmented. What's up? The fuck did he say? Fuck. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty successful raid right there. That's a pretty successful raid right there. Okay. Do I just sell all those guns I just got? Probably. And by sell, I mean put them into that project. Holy shit, that hurts. Where's that Torrente at? That really wasn't that much money worth of shit. That's kind of annoying. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Like, stream, follow, whatever, do the thing, Patreon, blah, blah, blah.